Pursuant to the Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, the Bastrop City Council will hold a regular meeting on January 12, 2016 in the City Council chambers located at 1311 Chestnut Street, Bastrop, Texas, to consider the following matters. Call to order. We have not only a quorum here, but a full house of council members. We are called to order. If you're able, please stand and join me in the pledges to the flags. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. We are honored tonight to have with us one of our public servants and many different services, but the Reverend Phil Woods is a chaplain to our police. We are pleased to have him offer an invocation tonight.
Thank you, sir. Father God, we want to thank you tonight for the blessings of the year that we just came through. There were many challenges. There was some tragedies and things that we faced, but we realized that you were there to bring us through. The City Council sought your direction, wisdom from above, and the guidance of your Spirit, and you did that very thing. So tonight, Lord, I ask for your blessings and the direction of your Spirit on our mayor, the City Council members, our city manager, and Lord, all of those departments and employees of this great city. We just ask for wisdom from above. We ask that your Spirit direct us, give us discernment, help us to see things that we may not normally see, that we can bypass, Lord, some pitfalls that may be there. And Lord, tonight I just pray your special blessings in this year, 2016, may it be a year of great prosperity. And I pray it tonight in the name that's above every name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Chaplain Woods. We appreciate your service. We have no presentations. We have an important proclamation that reminds us that we're in the week of Martin Luther King celebration. Whereas Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. challenged our nation to recognize that our individual liberty relies upon our common equality. And whereas at a time when our nation was sharply divided, Dr. King called on a generation of Americans to be voices of reason, sanity, and understanding amid the voices of violence, hatred, and emotion. And whereas Dr. King devoted his life to the struggle for justice and equality, sowing seeds of hope for a day when all people might claim the riches of freedom and the security of justice. And whereas on the Martin Luther King Jr. federal holiday, we commemorate the 31st anniversary of the holiday recognizing one of America's greatest visionary leaders, and we celebrate the life and legacy of Dr. King. And whereas Dr. King's I Have a Dream speech turns 53 in 2016 and reminds us to recognize that in these challenging times, too many Americans face limited opportunities, but our capacity to support each other remains limitless. Whereas the theme of the 2016 celebration, remember, celebrate, act, a day on, not a day off, brings us to the proclamation by the Mayor and City Council that Monday, January 18, 2016, be proclaimed as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, because it calls upon all of us as Americans to engage in public service and promote nonviolent social change. Dr. King's unfinished movement toward equality can be achieved by our united, enduring efforts. In the city of Bastrop, Texas, that all citizens are urged to join with the city of Bastrop and the Bastrop County Martin Luther King Jr. Holiday Commission for the 29th anniversary program of the Bastrop Martin Luther King Jr. Scholarship Committee on Sunday, January 17 at 3 o'clock at Calvary Episcopal Church. in preserving the memory of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and join them on the 27th annual walk on Monday, January 18, 2016 at 10 a.m., beginning at the Bastrop County Courthouse for universal peace, justice, human rights, social and economic progress for all people. And a witness whereof I, Ken Kessel's mayor of Bastrop, Texas, have set my hand and caused the seal of the city of Bastrop to be affixed this 12th day of January 2016. And I'm going to pass this to Doc, who's a member of an original member, an organizing member of the celebration.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to say thank you for this proclamation. It is an exciting weekend of events that are coming up, and you've outlined them so wonderfully for us through the proclamation. I just wanted to let people know that on Sunday at the scholarship program, we have the honor of listening to Dr. Colette Pierce Burnett, who is the president of Houston-Tillotson University. You may have read in the advertiser that they're looking at coming to Bastrop with a campus soon. So she will be coming to the celebration on Sunday at 3 o'clock at the Calvary Episcopal Church, and she is bringing the Houston-Tillotson Choir, which if you haven't heard them, they are absolutely wonderful. So they will be there to honor us with at the scholarship program. This is where we raise funds for Cedar Creek High School and Bastrop High School students. That following Monday, as you mentioned, the walk, which will start at the Bastrop County Courthouse, will be joined by the mayors of all the cities and the county judge and several other people from throughout the county and throughout our Central Texas area. We are honored also to have as our guest speaker at the event, which will culminate across the street at the Bastrop Convention Center, Vince Young. And for you non-football or non-UT fans, he just happens to be the 2006 national champion quarterback for the University of Texas. And he will be speaking on his Vince Young playbook, trying to encourage the young people in our community to learn from mistakes that he made when he was young and trying to encourage them to do good things. So thank you for allowing me to elaborate on that, and I hope that all of you will come out and join us and as we remember, celebrate, and act on the King holiday, because it is a day on and not a day off.
Thank you, Doc. It's a very important holiday for all of us. I hope we can all find a way to participate. Before we move to citizens' comments, I want to refer us to item D1 on the agenda, which is an item regarding citizens' comments. And I have laid out, I hope you've all read online the packet of this information. I have laid out my views about how citizens' comments ought to work in this community. I've studied it very carefully since December 8th, where we had some conversation. And I have made some conclusions, which I will read to you right now and then see if we have any comments. I remain open-minded and will listen carefully tonight to whatever council members and citizens may say in response to this memorandum and to Mrs. Brown's advice. During this item, I have decided how I'm going to move forward, which it will be to maintain the way we've done things in the past. But I want to remain open, and I will listen to what citizens have to say. We'll have, unless I'm persuaded otherwise tonight, we'll use the same process for citizens' comments on matters not listed on the agenda that we have used for many years. All citizens who sign up are recognized by me as presiding officer, follow our rules of decorum, and limit remarks to 3 minutes, are free to say whatever they want on any subject, period. Council members, comments? Kelly?
So Ken, I read your memo, and I also researched it, and I'm afraid that you might be missing the point of the transparency of the Attorney General's Open Meetings Act. And what you said in your memo that you had checked with other cities and none of them did it this way. So I Googled a couple other city councils just to see if they did. And there are several out there who actually do this. The way I understand it, and JC, please correct me if I'm wrong, if we know in advance that a citizen wants to, in advance of the agenda being published, that a citizen wants to speak in citizens' comments on a particular subject, we are obligated to put it on, not on as an agenda item, but as under citizens' comments on what they want to speak about and who they are, so that everybody in the community knows that somebody's going to be up here talking about that particular subject, and they can figure out if they want to show up. If we don't know about it before the agenda's posted, then we do nothing, and they can still show up and still say the exact same thing. Either way, the citizen still says the exact same thing, whether we post it or not. It doesn't take away from the citizen at all. So what I've done is read thoroughly, and I'm thinking that if you don't want to put this list of people who want to speak on there, you're putting all of us in a precarious position, because we might be liable for participating in that, because what our city attorney says is the law and what the Attorney General says is the law is that we need to inform somebody if we know in advance. If we don't, they come up and talk. If we do, they come up and talk, but it's just listed on the agenda. Either way, that's all it is. It's not prohibiting anybody from speaking for anything.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, I think the whole purpose of that was to be inclusive, not exclusive, to be inclusive considering the whole public so that they can come and hear what's going on at their city council. It's a way to include people, not a way to shut people up or not let them express themselves. And for me, we all took an oath to uphold the laws, and I don't want to take any risk of breaking the law, because in my opinion, the AG has put the law down, interpreted it very clearly for us. Our attorney for the last 12 years, our trusted attorney who has led us and guided us through thick and thin for 12 years, has explained how this is inclusive. And she is an attorney, and I don't believe you are, Ken. So I think it's important that we listen to our attorney. And that's what I intend to do. I will not be a part of citizen comments that are breaking the law.
Mr. Mayor, may I also weigh in on this?
Sure.
It's true that citizens should have the right to, during citizens' communication, to speak. The problem that we've had at our council meetings is the fact that we're just to listen to the citizens' communication, to the comments. We're not to engage in back-to-back conversation with them, and that has been the problem that I've seen from this council, the fact that we have, instead of just listening to the citizens' communication, which is their right to do, but we cannot engage in a conversation. And as parliamentarian, I've been trying to keep open communication, but yet and still, we cannot actually go back and forward with the citizens if it's citizens communication and it's not on the agenda. And that, I think you'll find to be legal as well.
Anybody else? I think I just will ask everyone who has not read my comments, my analysis, and the people that I've talked to, including our district attorney in Bastrop County, and make your own judgment on it. It doesn't, at this point, it doesn't really matter what I think, because we don't have anybody that's told us anything about this in terms of citizens' comments tonight. So what our city attorney has advised and one portion of the Attorney General's ruling doesn't apply tonight. So I appreciate the comments I've heard. I want to ask the people that signed up for citizens.
Can I ask one more question before you move on?
Yep.
I would like to ask that this be put on the agenda for an action item and not a discussion item for the next meeting, because I don't agree with just because no one here has told us that they're going to speak, that we're just going to blow this off and not follow the rules at the next meeting, or have to talk about this at the next meeting. So can we just put this on the agenda for action so that we are all clear?
I appreciate your comment. I didn't say I was going to blow anything off. I wish you would quote me correctly. I said, it doesn't matter tonight. I'm going to take under advisement what I've heard. So
well, I would like to put it on the next
say I'm blowing
agenda.
something off, I think, is a mistake.
To do what? Rephrase it.
She said I'm blowing off.
Well, I don't want to give the appearance that we're blowing. I don't mean that you're blowing it off. I don't want to give the appearance that we think, because no one has told us in advance what they want to speak of, that this is not an issue and we can just move right into citizens' comments.
I'm taking what you said. I have made my comment that I'm taking this very seriously. I'm listening to what y'all said. I'm going to have time to think about it. Luckily, I don't have to worry about it tonight.
Why don't you have to worry about tonight? We have
Because we
citizen
don't have
comments.
we don't have anybody that has told us they're going to come speak tonight, this very night, on a specific subject that's not on the agenda. So what JC is talking about has told us, and what's in the one portion of the Attorney General's opinion does not apply.
So when are we going to discuss this?
We'll talk about it.
Pardon me?
We'll talk about it.
We'll talk about it when? Let's talk about it now.
Okay, let's talk about it.
Okay, let's talk about putting it on the agenda and talking about and figuring out if we are going to follow the law according to the Attorney General and our attorney's suggestions or interpretation of the law for us, or I shouldn't even say interpretation, it is the law, period. When are we going to talk about that? And if that's going to, if we're going to follow that law or break the law.
How about a retreat on the 23rd?
Okay.
Did anybody that signed up under citizens' comments want to talk about citizens' comments process itself?
Oh.
Carol, come on.
Mayor, members, my name is Carol Rice. I was a little bit shocked. I guess I need to ask a question. I signed up for citizens' comments to correct a record from the November 24th meeting.
If you want to do that, you can do it after item D1.
After this, okay. Under item D1, I went back through, I spent 35 years of my life working in the Senate and representing various groups as lobbyists. Attorney General Cornyn's opinion is a 15-year-old opinion. I have not had the time, I would like to do so, and intend to do so, to actually go into this a little bit further. But usually the variation of the opinion or the actual crux of the opinion is given within the first paragraph of the opinion. The question was whether a governmental body may permit members of the public to comment at public meetings on matters not specified in a posted agenda. You have requested our opinion as to whether a governmental body may permit members of the public to offer comments at public meetings regarding matters not specified in the posted meeting notice. We conclude it may do so. That is the very first thing that the AG's opinion says. The AG's opinion goes much further to talk about when the legislature redefined open meetings, and open meetings has only been in existence since 1967. In a most recent session of the legislature, the definition of meeting was again changed to provide a deliberation of a quorum of the government body and between a quorum of the government body and another person, during which public business or public policy over which the governmental body has supervision or control is discussed or considered, or during which the governmental body takes formal action. It goes on further to say that this pertains in particular to items at which members receive information, give information, to ask questions or receive questions from any third person, including an employee of the governmental body, about the public business or over which, an item over which the governmental body has supervision or control.
Carol needs to wrap it up in a sentence or so.
I will wrap it up really quickly. On their face, these cases and opinions might seem to preclude the use of a broad term such as public comment. However, this would misconstrue both the purpose of the statute's notice requirement and of public comment sessions. The public comment sessions at issue do not involve deliberations by a governmental body. Therefore, we cannot expect a governmental body. This is the very last sentence, and it is the crux of what it is here. We cannot expect a governmental body to divine or foresee. They furnish an outlet, citizens' comments furnish an outlet for real and imagined grievances. Moreover, they are held not behind closed doors, but in the bright light of an open forum. They have been an integral part of public meetings since well before the adoption of the Open Meetings
Longer
Act.
sentence than I expected. Okay, Carol, let me move on to somebody else. Thank you
Excuse
very
me,
much.
Ken, are we
Yeah.
still in, we're in D1, right?
Yeah, we're in D1. So let me ask, thank you very much.
Yes.
I have another comment. I'm not finished talking.
Okay.
Well, I appreciate Ms. Rice coming up here and telling us that. I have the exact same opinion in my hand. And it goes on to say, we caution that the use of public comment or similar term will not provide adequate notice if the governmental body is, prior to the meeting, aware or reasonably should have been aware of specific topics to be raised. So what I'm saying here is our attorney has told us what the law is. We need to go by what she says, not by what you say, Ken, respectfully, not by what Ms. Rice says, but what the attorney has advised us, or we are liable for our actions.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, are we under Citizens Communications or D1?
D1. Carolyn, sit down.
Okay, so,
Sit down. Okay, you might take your seat.
okay, because if it's, we're able to deliberate if it's D1, but I thought we were moving on to Citizens
No,
Communications.
we haven't let that. Carol asked to speak on item D1, and I've asked her to do that, and she's addressed specifically item D1.
Well, and I'm sorry I took so much time because the most important thing I did not
I
get to.
really need you to sit down, Carol.
Okay, I will sit down, but I will also be happy to share this.
Did you want to say some more, Doc, on D1?
No, I didn't, we're taking it out of order, so that's why I was a little confused.
Yeah,
So-
I want to, before we move into D1, I want to give people a chance to talk about what we're about to do. I take it that the other three, well, actually, Carol wants to speak on citizens' comments as well, but the other four people are satisfied for us to move on. I think we have once more, I appeal to you, every citizen, to read what I've written. And we have decided, we've taken some action, which is to put this on the agenda for the 23rd for our annual retreat at the Hyatt Regency. So we're going to move now to citizens' comments. And I hate to admit that I may have mixed these up in terms of the, no, I think I've got the order here. Deborah Jones. And by the way, I think I misunderstood and I'll apologize to you, Carol. I think the chief was giving me a 30 seconds left sign. I thought he meant 3 minutes. So I'm going to tell you 30 seconds left by waving my hand or something at you tonight whenever you get to 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So Deborah Jones, please address us.
Hi. I'm really happy that you're our mayor, Ken. And my comments tonight, I had no idea that all of this.
If you're talking about what we talked about on D1, you're out of order because it was posted.
I just, what I was going to say, my comments tonight are just about due process. And I just wanted to encourage the council, when we have citizens that have something to say, that there's transparency. And also, if there's misunderstanding.
Are you saying the mic's still off? Can we do anything, staff? Oh, he's working on it. Talk as loud as you can.
What I'd like to speak about tonight is that we have transparency and communication between the citizens and the council. I have seen and had documents presented to me that I believe have resulted in a tremendous amount of miscommunication and have now at this point brought the city into lawsuits with at least one citizen that I know of. I know that in the past, lawsuits have not been something the city has engaged in, especially against its own citizens. And I would just like to encourage the council to have transparency and communication. I think lawsuits can be very counterproductive to settlement, especially with issues that can be easily resolved as far as what I have seen with some issues that the city has going on with citizens.
Thank you. Judith Hoover.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. You guys know my history is I like a clean city. I'm always complaining about litter and graffiti and that kind of thing. And I was on the city's website about a month ago and found a little note that said, "How are we doing?" So I responded, and I talked about graffiti and litter and a couple of other things. And in this area in the website, it says that you will hear from someone within 24 hours. It asks you how would you like to be communicated with, and I indicated that. And I haven't heard anything, so I thought I'd come and talk to you all about graffiti and litter. May I show you some pictures? I don't dare put these up on the screen. You would die. You can find it in town. There was graffiti on the overpass at the south end of Main Street at, I guess that's College. And it was there, I know, for 6 months or so. It was huge, it was red. It did just get painted out. I'd request that when it gets painted out, maybe try to match the color of the concrete that you're painting, because the painted out provides a great place now for more graffiti. And if it blended, it wouldn't look so terrible. The other graffiti that is awful when you exit the theater, which we usually do on Sunday mornings, there's the culverts that, they're little bridge concrete culverts that are on Piney, and they are covered in graffiti, you'll see, and some of it is really, really nasty. And as for the litter, back to that overpass at the end of Main Street, it's an entrance into our city, and that litter has been piling up there now for months and months. And the people who work at the office near the sewer plant, the city employees go by there several times every day, and I just can't help but think that some of them should stop and pick that litter up, or we should have someone tending to that, because it's an entrance to our city. A lot of people come off of 71 and loop under and go north on the south end of Maine, and I would appreciate your attention to litter and graffiti in this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Carol Rice.
Mayor, members, Carol Rice. I am here to submit a letter that has been provided to the Secretary to give to each of you. This simply is to clarify the record of comments that were made during the November 24th council meeting regarding Joe Beal's representation as co-chair of the Capital Campaign Steering Committee for the Lost Pines Arts Center. I think it goes without saying that everyone has agreed that he did not serve as co-chair. That was a typographical error. It has been corrected and the minutes have been reposted. We regret any confusion that may have created. The board, however, also wanted to explain the makeup and purpose of our steering committee. It was not just a capital campaign committee, it was an advisory committee. Individuals were asked to serve for a variety of reasons, some specifically fundraisers, others for their expertise in certain areas such as banking, financial planning, and investment tax credits. That is the purpose for which Mr. Beal was asked to serve, and to our knowledge, he made no calls or appeals to individuals or corporations for donations to the Art Center project. He was extremely beneficial in historical tax credit incentives, and that was one of the main purposes he was asked to serve on the committee. That letter is here, and we ask that it be clarified and respectfully ask that this letter be included as a part of the public record.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Debbie Moore.
Mayor, Council, Mr. Talbot, I come to bring good news. I am happy. I hope I will make you all happy. We have a new regional Toyota commercial that I just saw running for the first time this weekend. It shows a red Toyota Corolla going over the bridge coming in toward town. That's number one. And then number two, we're going to have our second in a row HEB regional commercial shot Thursday. It's going to be at Neighbors, it's going to be at the Opera House, and at the Pletch's house. There was KXAN caught up, heard about it, and they posted that everybody should come to the Opera House with their headshots in hand. That is not the case. They were supposed to send those headshots to the talent agency, so please, spread the word. Don't inundate Chester. He's about to freak out that we might be inundated with 500 people. So you can come and observe if you want, but you're not going to be in the commercial. But this is 2 in a row. We're going to be on the Super Bowl again, so I think it's pretty cool. We got some crowing to do. And thank Mike and the city staff for working with us, and so we'll see you on Super Bowl. Thank you.
I just have to say that I want to express my sincere thanks to Debbie, because we would not have these films coming here if it wasn't for what she did. She got a hold of me Friday night, and we initially had to look like we were going to have to say no. Debbie didn't give up, and we got a yes, and that's why they're coming.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
And I'd like to,
We have ended our request for citizens' comments. I'm going to call on Councilmember Gittleland to mention a request that she just made of me.
What item is that?
D4, I think.
D4? D3?
D3.
Councilmember McAnally and I have placed a resolution on the agenda to discuss tourism and marketing department for the city, and we have decided that it's more appropriate to speak about this in a longer session rather than this meeting, so we've asked to put it on the retreat agenda. So anyone who's here to listen to D3, is it? D3, we're going to do it on the 23rd instead. Just wanted to let you know so you could leave if this gets too boring for you.
Okay,
Debbie, Kelly, I do want to speak to you about a couple things on there, and I've gotten some additional research pulled together for you.
All right, I think we need to
Madam,
to discuss it then on the 23rd in greater detail.
Madam Secretary, please place that on our agenda for our meeting on the 23rd.
Mayor,
Yes.
are there other items that we possibly could pull from this meeting tonight?
I want to see how the meeting goes. I'm responding to a request from Councilmember Gilliland, but if you want to make you have any items on here, Willie? Yourself? I'd rather wait and see how the meeting goes. We will move now to our announcements section. We do not have any, we haven't had a meeting of the Comprehensive Planning Committee. We do have an announcement, I think, next, if I can find my agenda, from the City Secretary. Aha.
I have something about the steering committee.
Oh, you
is
do
that what
have
said?
something.
Yes.
I apologize. I just was told there hadn't been any meetings in 2 months. So.
That's okay. We haven't had a meeting, but we have had some good work being done, and if Connie Schrader is here, are you here? Could you come up with Melissa and let us know what the steering committee is doing, please?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor and council members. As part of the steering committee for the comprehensive plan, one of the things that we have going on is our latest public engagement, and that's what Vanna here is going to show you on the display. The next chapter that we're working on is housing and neighborhoods. That's chapter 4 of the comprehensive plan, and the My Sidewalk is a way to encourage public participation. So it's on the front page of the website. It's mysidewalk.com, and really encourage everybody to participate. There's questions about your neighborhood, what you like about your neighborhood, what you would like to see changed, and there's different questions every couple of days. Our last public engagement was when we had our open house on September 3rd. We had outstanding participation, and that feedback helps us make sure that the plan is representative of what the public wants. So we encourage everyone to participate on the My Sidewalk, and also to let you know that we'll be coming up with a new schedule, and we're hoping to have our next meeting sometime the end of January, and we'll be going over chapter 3.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That sounds great. Thanks.
Thank you, Kay. I'm not sure, I'd be surprised if in the last 100 years a former mayor has moved away from Bastrop, but we have experienced that, or experiencing it this month. Mayor Orr and his wife Pat are moving to Austin. Just wanted you to know that some of his friends and supporters have planned a farewell open house Sunday the 24th at the Calvary Episcopal Church, 2 to 4 p.m. Kind of come and go. Your chance to come by and thank Mayor Orr and Mrs. Orr for their involvement in our community. I will now call on Ann Franklin, our City Secretary.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Ann Franklin, City Secretary. I stand before you to announce that Councilmember Jackson has made his announcement for candidacy for the City of Bastrop Commissioner of Precinct 1. And the City of Bastrop will not be holding a special election to fill this council seat due to Councilmember Jackson's term being less than 12 months before it expires. So place 1 on the City of Bastrop Council will be placed on the May 7th, 2016 ballot for election of council members. And elections, I'm pleased to announce that we have the candidate packets ready for the candidates for the May 7th, 2016 election, and they can be picked up in the office of the City Secretary. The packets contain the election calendar and very helpful information regarding candidacy. If anyone would like to receive a copy of the election calendar only, you can also pick that up in the office of the City Secretary. The calendar will list candidate filing deadlines, dates for council to call the election, first and last day to file an application for a place on the ballot, drawing deadline, last day to submit voter registration application in order to vote in the May 7th election, first and last day of early voting, election day, and tentative date for canvassing. The first date for an application for a place on the ballot to be filed with the office of the City Secretary will be January 20th, and the deadline for filing an application will be February 19th. I'll be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you. I assure you we have a first-class city secretary that will help anybody who wants to engage in this political process through in any way that they can. I'm sure that all council members are prepared to help anybody that's thinking about it. There's nothing more endemic to our democratic process than people running for office. The 6 of us up here have done that and have received the support of the citizens. It's very important. So I hope people that are interested will pay careful attention to it. I hope everybody will vote when the time comes. We just heard that something we've known, I think, all of us, that Councilmember Jackson has resigned by virtue of his announcing his candidacy for another office, and wanted to give him an opportunity to make a comment at this point.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say that it has been really an honor to have served the city for almost, 24 plus years as a council member. 20 years my first time around and going into 4 plus now. And I want to assure the citizens that I will continue to serve up until my last day as a council member, although I will be campaigning for Commissioner for Precinct 1 in Bastrop County, DocJackson.com. I would like for you to know that I definitely will give my undivided attention to the city business that I was elected to serve, and I will continue to do that, as well as my job with Bastrop County and the Bastrop County Clerk's Office. So I am just looking forward to a new challenge in my life, and hope to talk with many of you about my plans in the future. And as I said, you can, of course, go to DocJackson.com to find out more about that. But thank you so much for the support that you've given me over the years, and I look forward to continuing my term and completing it in May, and looking for a new chapter in my life, hopefully this November.
Thank you, Doc. I trust I understand you don't have an opponent in the primary, but I trust that's the last time you will talk about your candidacy for another office while you're city council member up here. Is that correct?
Well, of course.
Thank you very much. We're other happy news, but I think I'll ask the chief to make his way up here with another chief while the train's whistle's blowing, and wait until it's done to just tell us something that's just really exciting.
Mayor, to start out, fiscal 16-year budget. In developing the fiscal 16-year budget with the council, we made a significant change in the organizational makeup of the organization by elevating Chief Adcock to Director of Public Safety, and for the first time creating the position of Fire Chief which we felt was very much needed for the public safety of our community. So at this time, I'd like our new Director of Public Safety to introduce to you our new Fire Chief.
That was a mouthful. Mayor, City Council, first off, thank you very much for the support that y'all have given us. This was a very important decision. As a city, we've never had a paid fire chief, and this is the first time, and I didn't want to fail. And so I enlisted the help of fire chiefs throughout the county, the emergency management office for the county, different players that are very important, and they play very important roles in this decision. And we did several rounds of interviews to narrow it down, and I'm very pleased to announce that Mark Wobus is a local individual. He was raised in Page. We had candidates from Idaho, Dallas, San Antonio. We had them from everywhere. But when you have an individual who has the experience and expertise that Mark has locally, it really means something. He was raised in Page and went off to that LaGrange area that we won't talk about, but he's been in the Bastrop Fire Department for about 8 years. He's got over 30 years, or right at 30 years of service total. He's a district captain with the fire department presently before he was hired with us. So it's my pleasure to introduce him as the new fire chief, and I want to go ahead and swear him in, if that's okay with y'all.
Please.
Okay. Mark, if you'll raise your right hand, repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Mark Wobus,
Promise and swear
promise and swear
to faithfully, to the best of my abilities,
to the best of my abilities,
fulfill the duties
fulfill the duties
of fire chief
of fire chief
for the city of Bastrop.
for the city of Bastrop.
I sincerely and solemnly
I sincerely and solemnly
promise to abide
promise to abide
by all laws
by all laws
of the federal, state, and local governments
of the federal, state, and local governments
and the policies and procedures
and the policies and procedures
and standing orders of the Bastrop Fire Department.
and the standing orders of the Bastrop Fire Department.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Good job, Mark.
Thank y'all.
Well, Willie.
Kind of be remiss if I didn't make this statement. This is a new era that the city's moving forward with, in the era of the Bastrop Volunteer Fire Department, and to make sure everybody understands it wasn't just the people sitting at this die tonight that was moving forward in the direction of a paid and a paid staff, paid fire chief. But Terry Orr, former Mayor Terry Orr, was very instrumental in leading this discussion 2 or 3 years ago when this started, and this was a goal of his to have a start on a paid staff at the fire station. So I just wanted to make sure that Terry was recognized for that.
Thank you. Mike, it really is, as we've been talking all along about, as Willie, I think Willie said, a new era. We've talked about growing up to that next biggest size town. We're making one more step tonight.
Yes.
I've listed executive session next because Mike and I had talked about trying to save a little bit of money by getting the advice from our attorney and then letting her go home and get off the clock. But I think there's a lot of people waiting on other items. So we're going to keep on working through this until we find a good spot to do that. City manager's informational report.
Okay. My city manager's report was sent out to you yesterday afternoon. It's too lengthy to get into tonight. I'm sure it'll be for the retreat, but item number B, the new construction of wastewater plant number 3, and the incorporation of the Bastrop Willett Village West is involvement in that project, and I provided you as an exhibit some backup materials, and you do need to look at those. We've done pretty much all the cleaning that we can to this point, but we may try to do some additional cleaning on the Gills Branch, and I showed some pictures for you. Also, just a reminder, as has already been touched upon tonight, the annual council retreat is on the 23rd. It's at the Barron's Room, E&F at the Hyatt. And it's my understanding the council wants to kick off at 9 o'clock. And I did have Ann confirm today, we didn't talk about a time when you were going to end it, but we do need to leave the room by 5. So just wanted to pass that on to you.
I need Ann, oh, I'm sorry, procedural question. Will we have something we'll work on?
Okay. We did during last week receive a letter from the Corps of Engineers regarding the sandbar down at the Fisherman's Park. That's going to be a fairly extensive project because of the amount of sand and silt that needs to be removed. But as I stated, we're going to try to shoot for mid-May, 1st of June, when the river begins receding to a lower level, and pretty much working around the clock to get that sand removed as quickly as possible. I've got to get a clarification. I did have Mr. on the Tahitian Village overpass, because of the length of tonight's agenda, and in discussions with the mayor, I postponed him for coming tonight, but looks like we'll try to get him down for the next meeting, and I'm just waiting for confirmation because I've also heard that he retired, so we may be seeing someone else. And that's really the main items.
Would you give us just a quick summary of item G that's in the packet? I hope everyone's read.
Yes, sir. Item G is a summary report of facts prepared by Mr. Charles Bundering regarding pending civil action number 124-21, City of Bastrop versus Lynn Aranda and Scotty Vandiver in District Court. The summary is attached that Mr. Bundering sent to me, and it's just basically as stated in the caption. It's a summary of facts regarding the enforcement of our zoning ordinances and regulations, regarding the ruling by the Zoning Board of Adjustments, stating that any new buildings that need to be built had to comply with the zoning setbacks, and the report shows that they went back to the Zoning Board of Adjustments 3 times, and were told 3 times that the ruling was any new structures had to conform with the setback requirements, but did not apply to the existing structures. And as a result, the building that was built without a building permit encroached into the right-of-way, and there's a potential safety hazard.
Thank you. Chris Rubio wants to speak on this item. Willie De La Rosa would like to say something.
Mike mentioned that it was just an informational issue, but since you brought up the issue on the litigation on G, if Mike would just read what he wrote in O for the citizens, for us to understand where we're at with our water permit.
Can we come back to that after we've...
No, I think the citizens are here. I think our citizens need to hear what's going on with, and how I think our citizens are being held hostage on a water permit hearing that affects all our citizens.
Is this related to item G?
No, it's related to item O.
Yeah, can we
report?
Okay, I don't see item O, but could we wait until we get to item O? Because I have some citizens.
Well, I don't know if he was going to get to item O, that's why I'm asking you.
I promise you we'll get to item O.
Okay.
Chris Rubio wants to speak on item G. Judy Hoover, I'll let her speak first. Or we could move on. Are you ready?
May I give you these packets?
Pursuant to this item? Yeah.
Yes, please. Yes.
Okay.
Guy right here.
Oh, okay. So, do that. I'm new at PowerPoint, another first. So he's saying just hit this. What I'm going to read is based on my knowledge, listening to tapes and looking at documents about this project. When I say Melissa, I mean Melissa or someone that she instructs. The nightmare on Farm Street started in February 2013 when the owner requested a variance for the lots. February the 15th, the required legal notices went to the paper, the neighbors, and the meeting was posted. March the 6th, the Board of Adjustments met and acted on 4 variances, 2 which were listed in the required notices and 2 which were not. Melissa had changed her mind. The public notice does not match what she presented to the BOA that night. This is not legal, in my opinion. March the 22nd, the owner paid $450 for an application fee for an administrative subdivision. Between April and September, 6 months of the engineer's review, the staff review, and the staff telling the owner's surveyor how to word the plat note number 24 and where to put the building line. September the 9th, the final approved plat was signed by Mayor Orr. Oh, we're to 4. The building line is clearly marked on the lot, and Lot 2 Jefferson Street. The building line varies from 0.9 feet to 0.15 feet. On September the 17th, the builder applied for a building permit. She drew the garage in question on the plot plan on the reverse side of the application as it is today. The city is now claiming there was no garage on her plan. The application states at the top, no partial submittals will be accepted, and the rule then was that you had to build a minimum of 2 covered parking spaces, so how could a building permit be issued without this site plan first being approved with the 2 covered carports? I would say just move it. Okay.
So you got 30 seconds.
Okay. The building permit, the final plat was recorded after the owners and surveyors signed it in October. That's number 6. The building permit was released by the city on October the 2nd. The final plat was recorded in the courthouse on October the 3rd. During October and November, the footings for the new garage and addition behind the house were poured. January the 29th, the inspections passed, including the garage foundation. Multiple site visits between October and July of 2014. Exhibit number 8. On July the 3rd...
Did you wrap up with the sentence,
okay.
if you will?
Yes, I'm there. On July the 3rd, a stop work order was issued. claiming that the building exceeded 50%. The fact is, the building does not exceed 50%. Number two, the garage entrance.
Let's stop with one. Your time's up.
Okay.
I've gone
All
over.
right, Chris, you can, okay.
Thank you, Judy.
You're welcome.
We'll now call on Ms. Rubio.
Yeah, right here. Thank you.
I'll start over. The owner met with Mike Talbot. Talbot instructed Melissa to get back to the Board of Adjustment on September the 3rd, 2014 for the reinterpretation of what they did on March 6, 2013, 17 months prior. The board was different at this time, so how can the current board interpret what a prior board was thinking? August the 25th, 2014, variance order forms were created for the following and signed by new city secretary Elizabeth Minerva Lopez. She attested to documents from 17 and 21 months prior to the date she signed these forms. She wasn't even an employee at that time of the meetings that she is authenticating. Further, she notarized her own signature. Hoover, 1305 Wilson for Board of Adjustment, action dated number 7/2012, 21 months later, and subject property 909 Farm for Board of Adjustment, action dated March 6, 2013. Why was this action taken so many months after an official proceeding for which city staff indicates were both lost? Was it a coincidence that it occurred just after the meeting where Mike Talbot told Melissa McCullum to take the Farm Street variances back to the Board of Adjustments for interpretation? September the 3rd, 2014, Zoning Board of Adjustment. 2 of the board members from 3/16/13 were not present as they are no longer on the board. 2 of the board members are new, so they can't possibly interpret the decision made by the body a year and a half ago. 1 board member, Herb Goldsmith, voted at this meeting, although he had recused himself at the 3/16/13 meeting because he lives within 200 feet of the subject property. Also, one of the new alternate board members, Bob Rogers, said during 9/3/14 public meeting that in developing a piece of property in this area puts one in the big league, and one should hire an expert to help through the process. The owner asked Mr. Rogers if one could not rely upon what is instructed in the planning department. Mr. Rogers did not respond. September 16th, owner met with Mike Talbot. After much discussion, Mike Talbot indicated that he understood the owner's position, which was that the building line on the approved plat established the current building line. He said that the garage is not an accessory building, but rather a part of the main building. He further indicated that the plat was the crux of the issue and that he would hire a zoning attorney to review the plat and that he would follow up in 1 week. It was at this time meeting that Mr. Talbot indicated, while looking at the final approved plat, that he wanted to be certain that he understood the owner's position and that the owner assumed because the plat showed all building lines and was signed by the city mayor, that meant that the plat and all information on the plat was approved. This question by Mr. Talbot was answered by the owner with emphatic course. I'm sorry?
15 seconds.
Okay. October 30th, Thursday, 6 weeks later, owner received a letter from Mr. Talbot with an ultimatum demanding they bring the building into compliance. October 31st, owner met with Melissa McCullum and instructed the owner, pointed out that both options outlined in Mr. Talbot's would first require establishing a building line, which the city is now saying is not the same as the building line on the plat. Mr. Talbot briefly entered the meeting, was asked the zoning, okay.
Are you near the end of the sentence?
I'm sorry? Yeah, I am. Mr. Talbot briefly noticed enter the meeting that was asked the zoning attorney regarding the approved building line on the approved plat and refused to answer the question and said he stands behind his letter of October 29th, 2014.
Thank you very much. Judith Hoover wants to speak on item L.
Is this the city attorney?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Mike reported it. It is an agenda item. I think I'd rather her do it right. I'd rather her make the.
This one's real fast.
I'd rather you do it here than do it at the other item, if you will.
Pardon me?
I'd rather you do it as you've requested.
Okay.
Right now.
All right. The report that was in Mr. Talbot's manager's report showed that in 2014, the city spent a total of $324,108. And in the year 2015, the city spent $179,247, which is double from one year to the next. And my opinion is that it's not sustainable. If it doubles next year or even goes up 300, that we're at $1 million in legal fees. So we don't need to be involved in so many lawsuits, folks. Thank you.
Mike, I know you want to, wait, we're going to talk about this at another time. Do you want to say anything now, or you want to move on?
I mean, the statement of facts is...
Okay,
if we
we've got
understand
it. What's in your packet? Okay, I don't see an item O, Willie, but I'm going to call on you to talk about.
I will. I've got it.
Microphone, please.
This is just for information.
Excuse me, I have a question, please, before we do this. On the agenda that I received, there's no item O. Does that mean it wasn't posted?
That's right.
So we
So we
can't
don't have an
talk
item
about
O,
it?
Willie. Well, why don't you ask him,
But here it's on,
Mike, can you help us figure this out? Do you know?
Well, I wanted you to be aware of what took place.
this is what was posted.
But that's all I have done is put it in there so the public can read it. I mean, there was some action taken on our permit, and we had to respond to it.
So do you want to ask Mike to bring something back to us, Willie? Does that mean, let's move to that section of this report. Can you, maybe at the next meeting of the retreat, for him to make the citizens aware of something? How about the next meeting? Can you turn your mic on and state what you're talking about? Will you talk to us another time then, because I'm
It'll be more appropriate to give a more detailed report in 2 weeks.
Any other comments for Mike, questions, requests for anything from him, so forth? Okay, we will move from the city manager's report to, let's see how quickly we can do the consent agenda. We will approve items A1 through A7 on one vote unless someone wants to pull something from the agenda to be dealt with separately. Is there any request for that? Second. Didn't hear any request to remove. I have a motion and a second to approve these 7 items by one vote. Madam Secretary, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Pro Tem Del Rosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Schiff?
Yes.
Councilmember Gilliland? Yes. Councilmember Jackson?
Yes.
Councilmember McAdams?
Thank you all. We now move into a public hearing regarding citizen input on a request to rezone the plus or minus 90.91 acres for Piney Creek Bend out of A11 Bastrop Town Tract from SF9, Single Family Residential, and A/OS Agricultural Open Space to PD Residential Plan Development located north of the railroad tracks on the northwest corner of Riverwood, Hawthorne, and Carter Street within the city limits of the city of Bastrop. Ms. McCollum.
Excuse me. Just a point in time, I was going to ask the city manager to comment on the street as we go into this discussion.
You want to let them make their report, or you want to do it now?
I want to speak to the manager on the...
I'm going to call on the Mayor Pro Tem.
If, I just want to briefly, as we move into this public hearing on this proposed zoning request, that I asked the city manager to explore and visit with the developer on, I think, mainly one issue, short-term and long-term to the city is the improvement of Carter Street on the north end of the railroad tracks, where I don't remember recalling in that traffic impact study that y'all going to probably talk about tonight that recommended anything about an improvement, but it was 31 foot on the south side and 20 to 21 on the north side. And short term, I think it's wrong for the city to even discuss about any proposal of a subdivision or zoning change in that area until the city and or the developer come up with some kind of plan to improve the street in that area.
And Mr. De La Rosa is correct. He did ask me to look into, and I did do an extensive evaluation of that street and developed a program for improvement to that street, and I suggested to the Mayor Pro Tem that I be provided an opportunity to meet with the developer to see what kind of program could be put together to bring that street up to city standards.
Ms. McCollum.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I wanted to thank you for the opportunity to bring this evening. This is a rezoning of 90.91 acres. If you remember, the entire tract, the remnants tracts were annexed or brought into the city limits, so the entire property is now located within the city limits. It's zoned both our default upon annexation agricultural open space zoning and also SF9 currently, and this development is proposing PD, which plan development, which allows the opportunity to design different lot sizes and setbacks for the development that are different from SF9 standards, and they are proposing that this evening. And this project has been submitted to the Planning and Zoning Commission, and they worked with them in September and October, and I have also provided the meeting minutes from the latest Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. And at the very beginning of the agenda, there were some questions in regards to those minutes, and we try to answer those as well. But essentially, the original plan is shown here on the left, and kind of an updated plan on the right. Originally, the September-October plan had 190 units with 2 entrances on to Carter Street, as well as smaller lot sizes of 5,500 and 6,000 square feet. And the new plan is proposing 20 less units, 170 units, with 3 entrances onto Carter Street. And they are proposing, they upped their minimum lot size to do 6,000 square feet as their minimum. This is a potential lot layout that they're proposing for this development. And you can see they have a lot of planned open space that's about 47 acres at this point in time. And each color, it's hard to see, but kind of colors of the lots represent larger lot sizes. The pink ones and the white beigey ones on there are the smaller lot sizes. Really and also with this in the open space, we're hoping this will be a connection to our future trail system. This is the Piney Creek project, and this is a proposed trail system that's part of our Parks and Master Plan. With that, as currently the property is vacant. With some of the discussions that we had in the September-October timeframe, the consultant did commission and complete a TIA analysis. Wesley will talk a little bit more about that in a second, but I did want to highlight here the proposed lot sizes that they're doing for the development. Essentially, SF9 is the zoning classification that the property is zoned currently. SF7 is honestly the majority of our residential single-family zoning classification that's within the city limits and actually zoned right across the street next door. These 2 standards are the proposed standards that they're proposing: PD Urban 50, which the 50 stands for a 50-foot wide lot, and PD Urban 60, which stands for a 60-foot wide lot. So they're proposing 6,000 and 7,200 square foot lots they are proposing less setbacks on the interior side yards as well. I will say the conceptual lot layout is a conceptual lot layout at this point in time. With that, the real kind of details come in that they're proposing. Out of the 170 lots that they're proposing, no more than 60% can be, I guess, the smaller lot count, the PD Urban 60. So to make sure that there's mandated a mix between the lot types. As was discussed, which I'll turn over to Wesley now, a TIA was conducted for the plan, which is honestly usually not required at this point in time of the zoning application, but the developer did go ahead and commission that and work with Wesley on it, so I'll turn it over to Wesley.
Mayor, Council, thank you for your time tonight. As Ms. McCollum stated, the developer did commission a licensed traffic engineer to submit a traffic impact analysis for the development that's proposed for rezoning tonight. The traffic impact analysis in general seeks to answer 3 questions. Those 3 questions are, what's happening today, and what will happen as a result of this development, and what should be done about it what should be done to mitigate the impacts of that increase in traffic. The analysis that was submitted by the engineer analyzed several intersections around the site, as well as estimated the distribution of the increased traffic through the existing street network to determine what, in terms of level of service, which I've got an exhibit that might help when we talk about level of service. It's basically a grading system that we apply to a street and intersection network to sort of define how well that intersection is performing. And we have, with level A being the best and level F being the worst. And so this is sort of a chart that kind of demonstrates how the different levels of service change as you go lower and lower in those thresholds. And so to keep it short, the analysis is in terms of the intersections that it studied, it determined that at the existing condition today, the intersections operated at a level of service A. And as a result of the increase in traffic based on the existing capacity of the street network and the relatively low amounts of traffic that are on the network today, that it would remain at either level of service A or level service B, which is still considered well above the acceptable range of impacts. And, yes, ma'am.
Can I ask a question, Wesley?
Yes, ma'am.
Firstly, the study, I have 2 questions. Firstly, was it conducted during peak hours of a regular workday, or was it conducted during a holiday period when there was less traffic?
The traffic counts that were collected as part of the study were run on October 8th, which was a Thursday, and they took traffic counts for an entire day. And they establish when during the day is what we call the peak hour. And they take the number of vehicles that travel through that intersection during that peak hour and correlate that to an average daily traffic and make an estimate as far as how many trips per day would actually come through those intersections in total throughout the day.
Thank you. So it was not on a holiday that this took place of any sort, or with a day that had a lower occurrence of traffic? It's just a normal day?
Yes, that's correct.
Secondly, how do we know that the survey was done properly?
We just as a precautionary measure sent the analysis to Alliance Transportation, who is a subconsultant under Half Associates, and they are responsible for preparing our master transportation plan that we're currently developing. And they reviewed the analysis and they concurred with all of the assumptions and estimations that were provided in the analysis.
So did the city actually have anyone that oversaw this, or did we participate in oversight in any way of this besides sending it to Half and Associates, which is great, but...
No. Throughout the process, as far as the way the analysis development process is supposed to work in terms of our ordinances, is the engineer sets up a scoping meeting with city staff, and we define the impact areas and the intersections that we want included in the analysis. And they take that information, and we also include growth rates, and we basically agree on the scope of the analysis. And Past that, the engineer prepares the analysis and staff reviews it and makes any comments or suggested changes. And so, yes, it is reviewed by staff. And
So neither Half nor the city had any problems with this survey
ma'am.
whatsoever? Thank you.
We even did survey counts.
and just,
Go ahead, Yo.
I would add that we did, as city staff, deploy some of our traffic counters in the area, and I think that we did actually have those out for over a week, and part of that was the Thanksgiving holiday, and so we just wanted to verify the traffic counts, and the traffic counts that we collected were roughly half of what the analysis assumes.
Do you think that's because it was a holiday, or?
We didn't include the holiday, the Thanksgiving, the day after Thanksgiving, or the weekend. We really just focused on the Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday before Thanksgiving.
Okay, so what you're saying is the actual report was done on October the 8th on a regular day, a Thursday, that was not part of a holiday.
That's correct.
That our transportation consultants reviewed it and found it fine.
That's correct.
And that the city reviewed it and found it fine, and that you did do some counts, but that did include the holiday period.
It did. It did.
Okay.
Willie? Mayor, I noticed that we hadn't seen anything as far as a slide on any of the actual numbers or counts on the impact, the TIA itself, because I found it kind of odd looking through every page in that study, that everything graded out to an A, and I found that awkward in itself, that everything, every corner, every intersection, every page was A, and I found that, and I'm gonna get back to my original comment. And I don't think y'all ever, did y'all recommend or did y'all talk about anything about road improvements to the P&Z when we were going through? I know this is a zoning issue, but the big picture is, from a public safety standpoint, the city is responsible for making sure that road is put up to a proper standard to allow all the future traffic that he talked about in an impact study, which talked about from today up to 2020 and to 2030. And for the city not to make a recommendation that that street had to be upgraded to that area shows me that nobody went out there and looked.
The way the analysis was...
Am I right? Nobody went out there from the staff and looked?
Well, I would say we did.
Yes or no?
No, we did. Yes, sir.
To put the black counters out there on the street, because I saw the counters, but nobody knew that your department or the planning department didn't know it was 10 foot shorter on one side of the tracks than the other?
We did know that.
And still didn't make a recommendation or ask the developer anything about what we needed to do as far as proceeding with that development of improving that street to handle that traffic?
The analysis focuses on the capacity of the street based on its width and geometry of the network, and based on the resources that staff uses and other municipalities and agencies rely on, classify a collector street as that has at least 20 feet of width as being able to serve up to 400 dwelling units.
Well, unless I read that study wrong, and I read it 3 times, that one particular page where it started around 600 cars and around 2020 it ended up 4 times more, that he made the recommendation that that street could handle that kind of traffic, and I don't agree with that.
Okay.
Kelly? Would y'all turn your mics off if you want to talk so I can tell who wants to
I
talk?
would like to ask a question about the zoning, but if you're not finished talking about traffic, then stay with that, because, are you ready? Okay. Melissa, will you tell me, go back to that Google map that you had up there. I noticed that one of the citizen complaints was that the adjoining subdivisions were all zoned SF9. Will you tell me what everything adjoining that is zoned as?
It's actually, it's zoned SF7. So let me pull up this right here. The yellow color is, well, there there we go, is SF9, and I believe the brown is multifamily 1, and the orange is multifamily 2 classification. So the majority of our city limits is zoned SF7, single-family residential 7.
Would you
You
say
just said
that
it was
again?
SF9.
The
What's
mustard
Only
look,
the current tract we're talking about rezoning-wise is zoned SF9.
and the mustard color is,
The mustard colored is SF7.
okay.
So everything around it is zoned SF7.
Correct.
Is the developer here?
Yes, if I could finish up my report real quick and then.
Please finish your report, but it may be important for us to interrupt you, so keep going. We'll do our best to get through it.
I was just going to say, we have notified for this each time that it's gone to P&Z and council. We've sent 41 surrounding property owner notifications. I have included those all in your staff report. And as you can see, I handed out 3 additional this evening that I actually received yesterday. So I wanted to make sure that you had that, and then also to let you know that both staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission, by a vote of 5 of 3, is recommending approval of this rezoning from SF9 to the planned development that's proposed.
Melissa, has this been SF9 the whole time?
It has. It's been a very long time that way. It's been in the city limits kind of forever too. I think the zoning dates back to, gosh, like the 90s maps.
So the developer would have looked at this initially and known that it was SF9 when he wanted to purchase it or develop it?
Correct. I think like all property owners, they definitely know the zoning classification when they purchase it, but he asked to go through this zoning process for this. And with that, I have included multiple exhibits for that, but the developer, Mr. Singleton, is here, and he definitely is ready to present whenever. David Singleton is not the owner. Mr. Healy is the owner. I think David Singleton, I think he could actually talk a little bit more about his connection with the property.
I had a question today of our city manager, and that was, if the property was built out at SF9, how many houses would fit on that property? And he responded that 173, according to his count. And the proposed developer is planning 170 houses. So if they didn't ask for rezoning, they could put 173 houses on the property, which would have the same traffic load or more, 3 houses more than what is being proposed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I don't understand how that works, though. If SF9 has larger lots, then how would there be less houses if they went to SF7?
Again, this isn't something I did, and I will say that the developer is proposing planned development for a multitude of reasons. One, I think he's wanting to achieve, quite honestly, to some degree, smaller lots with less maintenance of yards. I think he can talk about that, but then also the ability to have a greater open space in the development. So over half of the current proposal is open space that he's hoping to have for trails. So
you're saying if it's SF7, it's 170 houses, but if it's SF9, it's 173?
we're actually looking at not going to the SF zoning classification. It would be a planned development zoning classification.
So
it is
something
even
completely different then.
It is a little bit different, so, than that.
And would it be, if the designation were changed, would that be, that number 170 be solid?
Yes.
Or is that subject to something down the road?
No,
That's it?
that's part of the planned development application that's submitted.
Yeah, another comment that I would have is that if the SF9 classification if it were built out with that classification, it would seem to me, it would appear to me that there would be more streets required, there would be more impervious cover, and that the complaints as far as any flooding issues because of this development would actually be worse with the SF9 classification than it is with the planned development as it's planned, as it's proposed. Is that
I would
reason?
agree.
Okay.
Did you finish your
I did.
presentation?
Doc? So in the planned development, we're having more open space, more green space, and like more absorption, as Councilmember Schiff was saying.
Yes.
Which would change, which would, I guess, protect some of the runoff and things like that, and some of the other things that might occur in the neighborhood.
Yes, and I will say, during this, if and when this proceeds to subdivision is when we would definitely look at the drainage analysis for that. Again, this zoning is a land use. I mean, it's always been zoned for residential development. This is continuing to be single-family residential development, but they are proposing different lot sizes than what's currently allowed.
Could I just clarify something? The reason that the planned development can have fewer houses is because the footprint of each house is going to be a lot smaller. Is that right? And clustered.
Yes, I mean, they're definitely doing cluster development. Honestly, they're having less wide lots. So when you're doing that, you're cutting out potential square footage of actual lot size. And so therefore your infrastructure is less because you're building less roads, like Mr. Schiff outlined, Councilmember Schiff. So yes, that's what they're proposing to do is cluster and have a greater open space for the development.
Let me, at this point, say that we have about 11 people that want to talk. We can continue this conversation. If you want to ask the developer to answer some of your questions, we can do that now. We can start calling on citizens. We can question the citizens. We can talk in between citizens. We can talk at the end. So does anybody have a preference?
I would just like to make one other comment before the public comments, and that is, because I've had a lot of people contact me and talk about traffic and how congested the part of town will be and this, that, and the other. I've lived on that end of town, or the west end of town, coming down Cedar Street for almost 40 years. And since I've had these people coming to me and talking about traffic, I'm actually looking at traffic every day. Like on the way here, I was looking at traffic, and I can't remember a time in 40 years that I've ever seen more than 2 cars at any of the stop signs at Carter Street, at Wilson Street, at Main Street, at Pecan Street.
And Cedar.
Rarely
on Cedar.
On Cedar. When I drive down Cedar, because that's how I go back and forth to work every day, so I do at least 2 trips a day down that street, and rarely is there more than 1 car. I mean, it's off. Most of the time I don't have any cars when I go through an intersection. If it takes me more than whatever time it takes to stop and start, that's pretty much all it takes. But I've never seen any traffic to speak of on those streets. I mean, right now, the load on that from the houses that are north of the tracks, all from Linden up to Magnolia or Mesquite or whatever, I don't know how many hundreds of houses there are there, but the load of traffic down Carter Street, Wilson Street, Pecan Street, Main Street is like 1 car every 30 seconds or something, because it's just, I didn't do an official count, but I've been driving it for 40 years. I don't see currently a traffic problem at all. And I mean, if the argument that traffic is an issue, then, when they built all the houses back in the 60s from Linden to Mesquite Street, I guess somebody could argue that it's going to load down Main Street and Pecan Street, but I don't see it. I've been driving it for 40 years. So, but, I'm certainly open to listen to people.
Kay and then Doc.
Firstly, I would like to say I'd like to hear from the citizens before we ask the developer questions, then we'll know what questions to ask. Secondly, like Mr. Schiff, I live at Main and Cedar, and I am really looking at this because I know that from some of the comments, people believe that Main Street's going to be a highway. So I have been watching the stop signs too at Cedar and Main, and I have not seen a traffic problem at that intersection where Tracy's is.
Doc?
Well, I was going to ask the opposite of what Councilmember McAnally was asking. I wanted to hear from the developer so that the citizens would be more informed, and maybe that might influence some of the comments and questions that they asked if he would give a presentation first. I think that would be more beneficial to us.
I'm going to do half and half. We're going to do 5 and then see what happens. Yep.
I think part of the thing that we're missing here as we talk about traffic and moving traffic is that you got to find outlets out to 95. And right now, the only one we have today is Cedar Street. And I don't know how much people are going to use Cedar Street going out because of the stop signs. And that's why the key is for the city to address Carter and Mesquite Street as far as not only short-term, but not, I'm going to say long-term, but immediate term, and opening up that pathway out to 95 so that subdivision can use that street if we move forward. But we have the right-of-way to do it, but, you know, like I said, I don't think anything was asked, and that's why I'm encouraging the city manager to meet with this developer to see where we can go before we make a decision.
Okay, thank you. Howard Nemiroff.
First, let me preface that I realize that where we are today is a result of decisions made years and possibly even decades ago, and issues that were addressed or not addressed leave us in a situation that's kind of uncomfortable. But tonight's about where we're heading. Now, I've lived around this country, and high-density housing north of our town is the particular issue tonight. Rooftop taxes revenues are not necessarily a positive on the balance sheet. Now, their traffic person did admit under questioning at the planning and zoning that 90% of the trips will come down south on Carter to Cedar. So, Gary, that answers part of your concern. So the way we will deal with this, unless we deal with it ahead of time before development, is there will be an unending cycle of catch-up traffic amelioration, which is very expensive because correcting for a problem that exists is always more expensive than prevention. Bond measures for bridges over the Colorado to relieve the congestion, because this is not going to be the only development north of town. Because people who live there are going to want a quick access to 71 for shopping and commuting. The only way to deal with this is bond measures. So all of this road improvement means that we'll have higher taxes for future generations. Widening streets won't change the reality that the Main Street Colorado pinch point is a geographic feature in this town. They're all going to want to try and get to 71, which means that the historic district just becomes an impediment to commuters who want to get to 71 to work or shop. That doesn't engender a sense of trust that they're going to have a value for our beautiful historic district. What's happened as a result in Austin is the historic district has been consumed by development and traffic and is now just a bunch of professional buildings. There are no homeowners in the historic district, unless you consider the people who own the lawyers who own the building. So Bastrop will just become another soulless bedroom community like Hutto and whatever else, you know. I really feel sad to see that happen. The solution for Piney Creek and future projects is larger lots. I'd like to see multi-acre lots along the Piney Creek floodplain because that reduces the runoff load and erosion by keeping more natural space. That's something I think we should look at, and that's about all I have to say at this point. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Grace Garn.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for hearing me. I really appreciate it. I wanted to say that I think we are at a crossroads. We can continue to let downtown gentrify with the resulting better tax revenue because the properties will be increasing in value because there isn't any more inventory of houses that are beautiful, large, downtown on large lots. We have what we have. So the question really is, does that matter or not? If we put high-density housing within the city limits, may I suggest that it is north of Mesquite, east of 95, and west of the Colorado, where the existing road system can actually handle the estimated 2,000 to 4,000 cars a day that are going to probably result from a development of that size, 170 houses. Otherwise, we're putting a development on a street that goes nowhere. That's Carter Street. All these lovely maps they show, their traffic study was like kind of trying to study the moon from the wrong side of the earth when there wasn't any moon in the sky. The only place that traffic study should have happened was at Allier and Chestnut and Main and Chestnut, because even their traffic engineer that they hired admitted 90% of the traffic's going to go that way unless there's a different plan. So we can compromise one or two watersheds in town, or we can put lots in there large enough, like Mr. Nemiroff said, to possibly preserve that. And we're counting on you, our representative officials, to do the right thing, not the polite thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Ellen Arbuckle.
Hi there. Thank you very much for listening to me and for your time. My name is Mary Ellen Arbuckle, and I am a new Bastrop resident. I moved here in October of 2014. I moved here from the Houston Heights. I had a beautiful home. I bought it in 2002. At the time, it was 2.3 miles from my house to, which was near 610, to I-10. When I moved in there in 2002, it took me 5 to 10 minutes to make that trip. When I left there in 2014, it took me 20 to 30 minutes to make that trip. The roads had not been improved in advance, so there is that backup. We're trying to do things. The roads are falling apart. Also, when I moved in there was a sense of community. And on my block, we had a sense of community because we were able to get protection on the lot sizes of our homes, because people were trying to come in and do 1,500 square foot lot sizes. It started with people doing 5,000 square foot lot sizes. And then eventually they chipped away at it to where they were actually building houses in a neighborhood community of in a historic, the very first neighborhood in Houston, at 1,500 square feet per lot. To me, that's unconscionable. I moved there because of the community, because of the feel, because of the historic nature of it. I moved here because of the feel of the historic nature of this community. I was thrilled when I came to City Hall, not knowing the zoning rules, to get my fence permit, and was told that I couldn't put it out as far as I wanted to because it was against the zoning. I think the young lady probably had no idea what to think of me, because I thanked her for that, because it meant that I had moved to an area that respected zoning, that respected the current homeowners, and I went along with them, gladly and gratefully. When I heard about this, I was terrified, because again, I spent 5 years getting my block protected in Houston, and in the end, the city came in and they put in a loophole, and boom, townhouses started popping up on my block. Planning committees make mistakes. They make, and it's up to you. You're the ones that are voted in. It's up to you guys to represent us. And we really, really expect that of you. I have been thrilled to see, I live at Cedar and Fayette. And yes, there is very little traffic right now. And that's how we want to keep it. Do we want to become a Houston? Do we want that to happen? Because it starts the same way gaining weight does, 5 pounds at a time, 2 cars at a time. And the next thing you know, you're going to be waiting in traffic for half an hour.
Need you to wrap it up real quick.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your time, and I hope that you really consider the historic nature of our city, and I'll say one other thing, and that is that Austin people are moving to Bastrop because of the less traffic. Houston people are moving to Bastrop because of the less traffic and because of the nature of the city. So please keep that in mind when you make any decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, and welcome to town. Stacy Woodruff.
Could I say something?
Oh, sure.
Does everybody here know that, well, I hope everybody here knows, that this is not a decision of whether we're choosing to build in that space or not. It's already been decided, as Mr. Nemerov said a while back by a previous council, that section is going to be built one way or another. So for those who oppose it, what we're looking at is making the best choice of sad situations. We're growing, and it's going to be built out. It's not a question of if, it is going to be built out. I just want to be sure everybody knows that.
Thank you. Stacy Woodruff.
Yes, hi. My name is Stacy Woodruff, and I live at 404 Juniper. And I have 3 small children with autism who don't understand a lot about safety. And my biggest concern is that the entrances for the neighborhood let out directly, one of them lets out directly onto Juniper. And people like to come flying down residential streets. And I know traffic, they say that traffic isn't a concern, but sorry, it is. When you've got that many more people coming down the street, you've got risks. And so you've got all these people that are going to be coming out of these neighborhoods, and I recognize that the area is going to be developed. But you've got this block of homes. I would rather see it come out not necessarily in the standard grid fashion. I mean, it's not laid out in a grid, so have it come out between the streets, and so that they have to turn and slow down and not be able to race down our street as they come out on our street. And then also somebody said something about connecting the right-of-way on Carter over to Mesquite, so that there's an option to get out to Mesquite, and so that not everybody has to go up to Main and Cedar and get out that way, because trying to get out onto Mesquite is kind of a pain, and you've got lots and lots of little kids playing in that area, and not just my children. There are lots of children in that area. There's low-income housing, there's all different kinds of families there, and there are lots of children who play out in their front yards, and it's a safety issue. And also the changing it to PD, the planned development sizes, that puts the lots very, very close together, with the houses very close together, like 5 feet between the houses or something. Or that's really close together. That seems like a fire hazard. Or 5 feet between the lots, something like that. That was really, really, really close together, and that seems kind of crazy. So yeah, the larger lot sizes, much better thing. I can't even imagine having houses crammed that close together. I'd much rather see go SF7 or like the rest of the surrounding area is, or yeah.
Thank you.
Can I ask Melissa a question at this point?
Of course.
Okay. Melissa, you want to come up here? Okay, I just want to be clear about one thing. If we continue, if we leave the planning like it is, then we do not get to ask the developer or tell him that we want certain things, like what this lady was talking about, maybe a dead end here or there so that the traffic would be rerouted. If we go to the plan developing, tell me if I'm right, if we go to the plan developing, we have the opportunity to make requests, suggestions, demands of the developer, and we have some choices that we can make, and we can have a homeowners association, so those choices can be put in place. That's with the planning development option, right?
Correct. I would say zoning is a discretionary tool that you as city council definitely have. So through this plan development, usually there's honestly some give and take or some negotiation or conversations about what can happen in the plan development, where with zoning, that's another tool too. But if Mr. Singleton was not asking for a zoning change, he could come and start the platting process and just go through that process.
So the platting process, the way it is now, it would be like larger lots on a grid, or, I'm just trying to make sure I got my options right. Or we could go with the planning development, which clusters the housing and allows for more green space and not just a plain old grid. There'll be trails and whatever. So our options are go with the larger home sizes and have no input, or go with the clustered smaller home sizes and be able to have some control over what goes in there. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Kelly?
Melissa, you handed me this thing about SF9 with this grid on it. Is this the only way that an SF9 could be developed?
No, there's other opportunities. I will say that was a way, again, the developer would definitely tell you that's not the type of development that he builds. He definitely does not want to do that. I think when he was looking at what would the current zoning classification give him if he kind of continued the grid network system and met generally the minimum lot sizes, still maintaining the floodplain, because as you can see, that doesn't go all the way to the edge of the property, and that's generally what the SF9 zoning classification would allow.
So in theory, he could combine the two potentially and have something like that with a larger lot size? He doesn't have to lay it out in a grid like this in the plan development?
He doesn't, absolutely. So plan development is an opportunity for the developer to look at it and propose a different set of standards that he wants to develop in. And at this point in time, the developer is proposing 170 lots, and he's looking at, I'll go back to the chart real quick. He is looking at, again, doing what he's calling his urban 50-foot wide lot and his suburban 60-foot wide lot. And these, again, are minimum areas. So he's saying I will have a minimum of 6,000 square foot lot in this category, or a minimum of 7,200 square foot lots. And again, these top two are our current zoning classifications of both. I did SF9, which is the current zoning, and SF7, which is around it everywhere. And this is our current table of minimum standards currently that the city has for these standards, and these are their proposed modifications that they would like within their development.
So the developer proposed this 5 feet in between the houses?
Correct.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I will say, and this is actually a concern that a lot of developers have, and this is consistent with what we saw with Pecan Park on the plan development standards. The side setbacks are something that home builders today are looking to honestly minimize. They say people don't hang out in their side yards very much. With the quality of construction standards today, you can have the appropriate fire ratings and different things that they feel like usable lot is lost in the side yard. So they're looking at having less side yard setbacks, and honestly potentially allows a larger footprint for the home to go on there, and more flexibility on the type of home that you could build on that lot, because if your setbacks are less, you could have a wider home, I guess, on the lot with different architectural variations and features. So this is something that we get from
But you're still right on top of somebody if you have 5 feet. I mean, the citizen that came and spoke made an excellent point. That is right there next to each other.
It would still, yeah, excuse me, Wesley's right. It would still be 10 feet in between the houses, but you're right. I guess if you had a side fence line, you would be 5 feet away from your fence.
Wow,
Okay, that's better.
Yeah.
Kelly, can I just ask you, this is a real good point, if I'm hearing you right. What you're saying is that the developer, if we were to say we want to keep the lot sizes the same, the developer could still be creative with that. He wouldn't have to use the grid system that I've been looking at. Is that right?
Yes and no. I will say that, again, we could get the developer, that grid system maximizes their bang for their buck, right? So if you're looking at getting the highest and best use of your 90-acre square tract of lot, and you're meeting the minimum standards of 70-foot wide lots by 115 feet deep, that's the way to maximize the return on investment of that property. Again, that's not what this developer is proposing. I was a little leery of even showing that because that's not what they want to do on that property. That was just a schematic to show potentially what could happen on that property if they met our current zoning standards of today.
Okay, we're asking questions, so it's time to hear from the developer. Will you introduce the developer? Sure.
Could you, before you sit down, and I think it might help some people that have been asking all these questions up here, and I'm going to throw out one subdivision and give her an example how the zoning in Riverside Grove and that subdivision would compare to an SF9, where it's zoned today in that particular property or planned development. But start with Riverside Grove, and the only difference with Riverside Grove being when that subdivision was put in, those streets were made to carry that traffic. They had collector streets and minor collectors, where Carter Street is just a minor collector. And it's easier to compare, would you want to listen to the comparison between Riverside Grove and this?
Sure, I'll listen to anything. I want to make a good decision.
I will say Riverside Grove, everyone knows where that subdivision is, behind the two schools on Old Austin. It is actually zoned SF7 zoning classification. So they have 60-foot wide lots, minimum size. I don't have that subdivision right in front of me, but from my understanding, I don't believe they got any special plan development standards for that particular lot.
Where's an SF9 subdivision that we can compare to?
We don't have any.
We don't have any?
I would say Tahitian Village is some of that zoned SF9, but that was platted before our zoning classifications came into place. So quite honestly, no, we don't have any SF9 zoning subdivisions within the city limits that have been designed under those standards.
So in comparison to what it's originally zoned for at SF9 to SF7, if you visualize the lots and the homes in Riverside Grove, these lots are at least a minimum of 2,000 feet, 2,000 square foot bigger in the SF9.
Well, they're
in the SF9. Huh? If these are SF7 in Riverside Grove and the lots are 7,000 square foot, the ones in SF9 zoning will be 9,000 square foot.
Correct.
Okay, that's the comparison I'm trying. Okay. That's the comparison I'm trying to make.
Oh, okay.
If you look at a lot in a
These would
home
be-
in Riverside Grove, in the SF9 on Carter Street, the lots in the homes, the lots would be bigger.
Correct.
Why won't anybody say that?
No, you're absolutely right. The lots would be larger than what are currently in Riverside Grove.
Kay, are you still trying, you're saying?
Oh, sorry.
Do you have anything else to say, Willie? Are you persuaded we need to hear some of the questions answered by the developer now?
I would. I feel like I'm putting words in his mouth. I
Would you
definitely don't want to
introduce
do
him
that.
to us and-
Sure. David Singleton is there. Sorry, I was like, I saw Jennifer, his cohort, but this is David Singleton.
Thanks for coming.
Southwest Investment.
I want to, do you want to characterize the questions that have been asked that you think he needs to answer, or you want to let this council do it?
I think he's here. I think you've probably taken notes, David, he's done lots of development in regards to questions and can help probably categorize some of the questions answered.
We can come back up later, but I'm going on Melissa's advice, so we need to hear from you right now.
Well, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I am David Singleton. I am the applicant. Once again, the most popular guy in the room, so used to that. And I appreciate your thoughts. I think I can allay some questions by giving you a little more information than maybe you've gotten so far, and then I'll stick around to answer any other questions that aren't answered. This has been a rather arduous process, and unfortunately, the process has turned kind of personal, where there's been questions of the credibility of our team. Our traffic engineer is licensed by the state. He's been in public and private practice for more than 40 years. And I think because some of his findings in the TIA weren't what people wanted to see or hear, they challenge his credibility. Our engineer on the project is licensed by the state. Our planner is licensed by the state. As Melissa said, I've been doing this for a long time. Been doing this since 1982. I've done a stint as a public works director. I've sat on your side of the table. I do understand utility planning issues, transportation planning issues. Still serve in a capacity of a consultant to cities around the state in years-long relationships. This isn't about us. This is about the project. This isn't even really a land use case. It's a zoning case, but we're not proposing to change the use. It's currently zoned single family. We're proposing it stay single family. The question is, how does it develop? We can consume a majority of the site as the layout that you saw and put 9,000 square foot lots over the whole thing. And that's one way to develop the tract. It doesn't yield public parkland. It doesn't yield a trail along the creek. And larger lots don't necessarily yield larger houses. Your Economic Development Corporation commissioned a housing study. That housing study was exactly consistent with the feedback that we've gotten from the builders that we've talked to about potentially building in Piney Creek. They're not demanding 9,000 square foot lots or 1 acre lots. What they're demanding is a variety of lot sizes. And if, Melissa, if you can go back to our plan, I'd like to demonstrate how what the home buyers today, and this is a ever-changing market, the home buyers today are looking for more public open space and less yard to maintain. It doesn't mean the houses, because it's a 60-foot lot, it's going to be a 1,000 square foot lot as your ordinance says it could be. That's not what the market is, and that's not what the builders would construct. But the plan that we've put forth puts, as Councilmember Schiff acknowledged, about the same number of lots, actually a few lots fewer than could be developed under SF9. It does it in a clustering way so that it preserves roughly half the tract as public open space, and it preserves the ability for the city to connect their regional trail system at some point between a future park further up Piney Creek and Fisherman's Park down below. Some of the other layouts that are possible under the SF9 scenario would not do that. So we're talking about the same land use, the same number of houses, and to your point, it's the same taxable value. So we're not talking about, this has been categorized as a bunch of small lots with a bunch of small houses, and that's not what's being proposed. We've had to overcome a lot of misinformation that this is not a low-income housing project. This is not assisted living. There's no federal programs proposed, no federal tax credits proposed. This is a market rate, standalone, single-family residential development with a variety of lot sizes. Everything around us is SF7. Our average lot size is above 7,000 square feet. Do we have some lots below that? Absolutely. When you look at the peach-colored lots, all these lots are in excess of 9,000 square feet, which is exactly consistent with the zoning that we have today. So to suggest that this is an entire community of a bunch of small houses that are, 1,000 square feet is just an inaccurate portrayal. And so I appreciate the opportunity. I hope you understand that consistent with the marketing study that your city commissioned, and again, it's what we learned from our builders, what the market is suggesting is appropriate for Bastrop in the next 5 years is 50, 60, 70 wide lots with 6,000 to 8,000, 9,000 square feet. That's exactly what this plan provides. This area has long been identified by the city as a future residential site. It's been zoned SF9 for a long time. When utilities were extended along Carter and Stubbed, they anticipated single-family development here. One of the advantages to infill development for the city is it doesn't require the extension of any utility services. It capitalizes on the investments that you've made to put the utilities that are there today that were planned to serve a future development. We capitalize on that. Further, it doesn't require the addition of additional public service facilities such as fire stations or police stations to meet the service requirements that are imposed upon you. Infill development is by far the most cost-effective development that a city can realize. This site has always been proposed for single family. It's what we're proposing today. It's just how do we do it? Do we do it by consuming the entire tract, or do we do more of a cluster effect that is, by the way, we yield the same number of lots with about half the infrastructure that we hand the city to maintain in perpetuity. Less water line to maintain, less sewer line to maintain, less public street to maintain. So the tax value is the same with a lot less infrastructure requirement long-term on the city's part. Density has been, the criticism of this deal from day one. All the neighborhoods around us at 7,000 square feet average quarter-acre lots, 4 units to the acre. Our overall density is less than 2 units to the acre. So for it to be suggested that we're too dense is baffling to me when we make a conscious choice to cluster our houses. Not everybody wants to live with 10 feet between the houses or 15 feet between the houses, depending on the setbacks. I get that. I don't live in a scenario that does that. But there's a certain part of the market that does. And they'll know what that is, and they'll make that choice when they move there. So I think this is responsive to what the market study suggests. The watershed and drainage has been brought up. And again, just like the TIA, your process dictates when that is addressed. We understand that's part of the process. That's a future part of the process. But where we are today, I will submit that a cluster development is much more environmentally sensitive than blanketing the site with lots with, again, as your council member observed, has a lot more street, a lot more runoff, and it doesn't suggest larger houses. And I'll close by saying that we've proposed a plan that meets the needs of the housing study. It's consistent with the future land use plan. We believe it's more topographically responsive to the site. It opens a portion, or it proposes to open a portion of the Piney Creek Greenbelt to the public that's not open today. It preserves the ability to connect that trail system ultimately. We'll actually build and maintain that trail system for you. It will be there when you choose to connect to it. We think it's an appropriate product in the right place. We don't think 2 units to the acre is too dense. We're just talking about how we develop the site. We've gone through the process. We've done workshops with the Planning Commission. We received staff support in the process. After a couple of workshops and long meetings with the Planning Commission, we come to you with a recommendation from the Planning Commission for approval. And we'd very much appreciate your support. Thank you.
Want to answer your questions? Do you have any others?
I have one.
Kelly?
Okay, so when you say there's density of 2 houses per acre,
Yes,
are you
ma'am.
including the entire thing, including the
Yes, ma'am.
green land? So you're not talking about the density of where the houses are?
No, ma'am. Density is calculated, it's based on
On
your
the
gross
whole thing.
acreage by your number of lots. You have 90 acres. At 2 units to the acre, we'd be at 180, so we're less than 2 units to the acre.
Is there a way to calculate it for just the part where the houses are?
Sure, and our average lot is over 7,000 feet. So we're back to what's around us is all SF7, which is 7,000 square foot lots, and our average is actually above that.
And all the peach-colored lots, those are actually 9,000 square foot lots?
Yes, ma'am.
And what would be like the setback on those?
Well,
Like in between houses?
we have 7.5, so that's where I was saying there may be 15 feet between houses. Some of the lots have a 7.5 foot side yard setback, which puts 15 feet minimum. And again, these are all minimums. And when you have a gridded street layout, all of your setbacks are typically the same, and all of your lots are exactly the same size, width, and area. We have a variety of sizes, a variety of widths, and a large variety of areas. We had to put ranges on the size of our lots because, with the exception of a couple lots that back up to Carter and then parallel that street, I dare say there aren't a whole lot of lots in our neighborhood that have the exact, 2 lots that have the exact same square footage. It's just a much more organic plan. And as Melissa said, this is what we do. We've done this very successfully elsewhere.
What's the maximum size of the houses that you plan to build on any lot?
Well, the builders will tell us that, and they will dictate that. I'm not a home builder.
So we don't know that yet?
No, and maximums are always, maximums are always an anomaly, because a builder may have a plan and somebody may say, hey, I want to add a 3-car garage because my lot can take it, and I work at home, so I want to add a study and add another, 400 square feet to my house to do that. So on a 9,000 square foot lot with the 7.5-foot side setback, you could conceivably put a 6,000 square foot house on that. But you do have some impervious cover restrictions, so that would be a limiting factor. I don't see 6,000 square foot houses being built in there. That's just not what your market is. So I'm not sure how to tell you what the maximum size house would be, but I can tell you that based on your market study and the input that we've gotten from our builders, you will see, probably minimum houses in here of about 1,400 to 1,500 square feet. 1,800 foot is probably a more realistic average, and they'll have some 2,400 square foot floor plans with then some options to go above that, to where you want to add a game room over your garage. It adds 480 feet, but it's an option, and you can put a home theater, et cetera. So the types of builder input we've gotten, that suggests what those sizes would be.
Kelly, the comment that I would make on your concerns about size, and the market is going to drive what people will buy. They're not going to build stuff that people aren't going to buy. People are not going to go there on a small lot and put a 6,000 square foot house. It doesn't make sense. The market's going to determine what's going to...
And that's a fair comment, Gary. I agree.
What's going to happen there.
But
and like the
what we
side
could
setback
do
issue, the side setback issue, if you don't like the small side setback, don't buy a house there. I think it's a market-driven thing. I think this is probably, from what I'm seeing, the nicest development we've seen in Bastrop in years, because you've got parkland that's got trees on it. If you look at what they did at Hunter's Crossing, for example, you've got empty fields with no, there's some trees that they've planted that are this tall. You can't go there and get any shade. You've got some natural habitat there that exists that would make a great trail, parkland, and with the density being as low as it is, or as compact as it is, leaving that parkland, I think is an exceptional way. And again, if you don't like the size of the lots, you don't buy a house there, is my impression.
All right, thank you. Doc, are you going? Yeah.
No, I just wanted to thank him for it. I really wanted to hear from him about what his plans were and how this works out. And it kind of ties in with what I was thinking as well with, those of you that know me know that I like green space, and I'd like to see, some, instead of all the impervious cover, I'd like to see some green space with parks, and connecting to our other parks just makes sense to me. And I like the idea that, the place is going to be developed. This is an excellent way of developing it. We may have to make some infrastructure and some street redesigns, and we may have to do some things to make it work, but compared to our other options that we have, I just see this as a win situation for us, but it can be improved.
I want to just comment. Will you? Go ahead. You gave me kind of an aha moment. I'm not sure if I've got this right, so I'll ask Melissa. When you talked about the organic nature of this thing and how it's not, regimented, so to speak, it's more, as opposed to our new subdivisions, Hunter's Crossing and Riverside Grove, it's more like Old Town Bastrop in terms of its, mixed up use. I mean, nothing's uniform in Old Town Bastrop. And is there a sense in which that's true? Because I'm not sure if I understand, I can read maps very well, but, you know, it was kind of, he said it, you know, wasn't going to be, it was going to be a little of this and all that here and there, and kind of mixed around. Is there, so?
I will say, I think this development is trying to be very responsive to the creek and to the existing drainage and potential trail network that's there. So with that, again, and David can talk about this a little bit more because he does a lot with kind of cluster development and/or form-based. You know, you look at the attributes or the great things that you have on your site and kind of design around those, and having that Piney Creek there with the great open space and trees kind of necessitated or dictates
that's good. I take it I misunderstood the point, so thank you. Willie.
Well, you know, I was going to make a point about, and the drainage issue is critical on this, and you talked about the impervious cover and the runoff. And I'm not going to sit here, Gary, you're an engineer, so I'm not going to sit here and argue that point with you, because under state law, and everybody knows that's been sitting up here, that the runoff that exists today from that piece of property, and he goes in there and does a subdivision, there can't be any more runoff, and when he builds that subdivision than there is today. So to say that if you go put in streets of concrete, that person is going to have to deal with that. So I mean, to put in a fear factor that you're going to have more runoff is not true, because there can't be any more runoff when he puts in that development than there is going on there today. So is that correct under state law? Okay. So the other deal is,
would you answer?
Yes.
Thank you.
So the other deal is that I'm making, I don't think we still got a true conception of whether you looked at a house in Riverside Grove, or you went down Oak Street or Laurel Street and looked at the houses on the setbacks, on the side yard setbacks, where they're probably, I'm going to say 20 foot from brick to brick, or probably 17 foot from rooftop to rooftop. So when you were talking 5 foot setbacks on the side, you're not going to have that space between your rooftops and brick to brick.
Let's see.
I'd
not sure.
like to-
I'm going to go, were you
But I
through,
will
Willie?
say, I thank you for, you know, and I'm sure you were addressing those comments about the traffic study with me. And I thank you for, you didn't have to do that at this point in time, but you chose to do that. But I had the opportunity to read it, and when you put something out there for public display, people have that opportunity to disagree what's in that study, and I did that, so.
Absolutely.
Kay and then Gary.
I want to thank you, too. I would like just to say there's a list of things that the city has to approve before actual building would start, right? Like the drainage thing, there's a whole list that would protect the people in the neighborhoods in the city. Is that right?
Is that correct, Melissa?
Yes.
Thank you.
And I
You'll
think
have to approve like the preliminary and final plat of the subdivision and things of that nature.
Yeah. So if there's anybody who'd like to hear that list, Wesley, do we have that list available? Just to put everybody's minds at ease, I'd like to hear that list, if I may, of what is expected or demanded of development before houses are actually built.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. This slide represents, and I apologize if it's difficult to read, but it's meant to illustrate the major elements of the process between where we are now and when we would actually start seeing homes under construction. Of course, now we're in the zoning part of the process, which typically with the zoning process, we have a concept plan submitted and the list of development standards that apply to the plan development. Of course, this zoning request requires a planning and zoning recommendation as well as city council approval to become effective. And I would note that the traffic impact analysis was submitted as part of this point in the process, but it's not required according to our ordinances until the next phase, which is the preliminary plat phase. And during this phase is when we actually get the preliminary lot layout that is more defined than what the concept plan would show, but it's less defined than what we would see on the final plat that would be recorded at the clerk's office. It would also include a preliminary design of all the infrastructure and other public improvements, as well as a preliminary drainage and floodplain analysis. This part of the process, again, requires a Planning and Zoning Commission recommendation, as well as City Council approval. So the next phase after that, assuming everything is approved, then we move into the construction plans, which actually provide the final lot layout, the detailed design of the infrastructure, and the detailed engineering calculations that demonstrate that no adverse impact to downstream drainage areas. It also provides a cost estimate for all the improvements, all of the escrow and fiscal deposits that are required, and these construction plans must be accepted as complete and ready to build before City Council is asked to approve the final plat. And so as part of that process, the final plat would require City Council approval, and then typically the improvements are then constructed, and we are submitted, the developer submits a 2-year maintenance bond as well as the recorded final plat, and the City Council would then be asked to accept the improvements, and that's when the plat would be recorded and building permits would be allowed to be issued.
So at what part does the homeowners association come in so that people can decide with the developers or however they decide what is actually going to be allowed and not allowed in the area? At what point does that come in?
Typically, the homeowners association rules are submitted or developed during the construction plan process. But before the final plat can be approved, recorded, there is a note on the plat that requires evidence of the formation of a homeowners association. And so before...
what power does the homeowners association actually have?
It depends completely on the rules that apply inside that, normally they're called the CC&Rs, the restrictions that apply to the neighborhood. And it all comes back to defining who will maintain all of the common areas and any improvements that aren't accepted by the city but still required to be maintained by someone other than a homeowner. And so during that process is when all of those rules would be developed.
Who decides how this this group is set up?
Typically, the developer would prepare those. Now, we certainly have input when it comes to those rules, but typically it is the developer that prepares those documents.
And we do not have the authority to enforce the homeowners' rules, regulations.
Okay. Thank you, Wesley. Could I also ask one more question? I'm sorry to take everybody's time.
Turn your mic on.
And that's a BEDC? What?
Turn your mic on.
Oh, sorry. I'd like to ask one more question of Sean Kirkpatrick. If you could come down, please, and thank you, Wesley, so much. I appreciate that. Could you the planning study that we did about what needed to be in Bastrop, what we found kind of housing we needed to be, Mr. Singleton just said that this is right on target. Could you just speak to that? Is this right on target with what we've determined with our own testing that we need?
What we're looking at in that 0 to 5 year range that we're in now with the housing study, his development meets all of those needs in what we would refer to as the low-hanging fruit within the market today. We see that shift a little bit as we get in those later years, in those 5 to 10s. Right now, though, what you're looking at is that 50 and 60-foot lot range in which there's the greatest demand. It also happens to be the price points that'll generate the market demand that's out there within Bastrop and within Austin in general in the price point of the homes that are going to be constructed in this neighborhood. So from our standpoint, when we've looked at the development, and Mr. Singleton has been kind enough to come in and visit with us when the study was being developed and provide us review notes from a developer's perspective back during the summer. His market research along with our market research lined up identically in where the market was. And from our perspective as staff reviewing our report and looking at this development, it's going to meet the market demands that are in Bastrop today.
Great. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you.
I'm just going to comment to that real quick, if I could, Mayor. Nobody's questioning the planning study that the BDC got and paid for, But what I'm going to argue that fact is that while in the old part of town and established neighborhoods, that might not work what he's talking about, but if you go out here west of the river and into an undeveloped outside to the west of town as we move west, that might work what he's talking about is these smaller developments or these smaller lots. Because here's the question. We got an existing neighborhood, we got a current zoning. The neighbors in the neighborhood said they don't want the planned development, they don't want the smaller lots, and I hope people up here are listening, because my point is, and I'm going to get back to it, if this council makes a decision to move forward and rezone this property before the city manager, he has a chance to work out how those streets are going to be improved, and they put in that subdivision and those streets improved, everybody ought to be run off this council.
Brad Woodruff.
I appreciate y'all letting me speak. One of the questions I have is, if it's rezoned, is it possible for them to go back and say, okay, we want to make all the lots small now? No.
Melissa?
It's because we're not approving a plan right now, we're just approving a change in the zoning.
Correct. We are approving a change, but with that, there is the contextual standards that are limiting them to the 170 lots.
Right.
And then it would also limit them to the standards that they're proposing within the development.
That's fine. Traffic's my biggest thing right now. Some of the things you might want to look at too also is that there's only 3 real ways to get out, and that's go down Main Street to Chestnut and out to 71, go up Cedar Street till you hit 95, or go out the back way out, I can't remember the name of that road, the one that goes at Mesquite, yeah. There's a school zone early in the morning, and it's already packed. If you start adding another 500 or 600 cars going up that grade trying to go through the school zone, you're going to have a lot more problems. You almost have to put a light, because right now, I travel this road every day. I go through the school zone. If there's one person on 95 that's trying to make a left turn, you'll sit there for 5 minutes. So going through that school zone is going to be rough for everybody. You're almost going to have to go to get that right away and come up Mesquite, so the people who want to go, because if you go 71 to Austin from that area, or 95 to Austin, it's almost equal distance. If you look working North Austin, you go 95. So the people who are split, that are actually working in Austin, which we have a lot of those, they're going to be split both ways. That means there's going to be a lot of people trying to go up Carter, or go up Chestnut. Also, if you don't think you're going to have to redo the roads, the cars we have right now, the roads are designed for that. They may even hold up to after everything's built. But are they going to hold up to all the 80,000 plus pound concrete trucks and all the other kind of trucks that are going to be traveling to build this thing for a couple of years? That's about all I got right now.
Thank you very much. Margaret Silbernagel. David Belmonte. Oh, sorry, are you coming?
That's good.
Do you want me to zoom in? Or?
Yeah, just a tiny bit zoomed out. Here. Okay. Hello, Council, Mayor. Thank you so much for your time and service, and thank you for hearing all of us. It has been a long evening, hasn't it? We could probably all use a deep breath and loosen up a little bit. My name is Margaret Silbernagel.
Could you
Speak in front of the mic. Margaret Silbernagel. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? And I live at 400B Magnolia Street, up here at the corner, right where you can go one way or the other, whether it's Mesquite or, oh, okay, I won't bother trying to do, that's fine right there. But yeah, I'm right there. So yeah, I do see a lot of the traffic. When I moved out there, I thought this was just just incredible that I could be in the country and in town at the same time. I'm 2 miles from just about anywhere I want to go. Knowing that someday I'm going to lose that. It's not going to last forever. Yeah, someday it's all going to be built out. But I hope y'all realize what an absolute treasure this piece of property is. What a absolute gem this is. There's no other place in town where you can have a creek, open space. You can ride your bicycle from your house to the movie theater, to the historic downtown, to the library, without having to cross a busy street. If you want to go to downtown, I meet friends and neighbors sometimes. I drive down to the park and walk from there. It's an absolute gem. Now, in our housing study, I think one of the important points there was the demographic of the, active adults is what they called it, meaning a lot of us who are 55 plus, empty nesters, retirees. There's a huge market for people like us. Huge. People coming from Austin, they want a smaller place. They want to be in between Austin and Houston where their grandkids are. What if this was a pedestrian-based development with the amenities that older adults are looking for, that would maybe have a community center, a small store to keep people right there? Thank you. We can do so much better. We deserve better. And I really hope that y'all will look at this closely, vote against this, and work on something better. Thank you very much.
David Vellante. Did I pronounce your name anywhere near right?
Yeah, you're close. Close enough.
Tell us what it is.
It's Belante.
That's what I said.
I live at 411 Magnolia Street, right around the corner from this property. I'm a stay-at-home dad with a little 1-year-old child. I use Carter Street every day. I never drive on it. I walk down Carter Street to go to Fisherman's Park every day with my daughter. I ride my bicycle down that street because that street is the safest street around. There's kids all over my neighborhood, on bikes, running around in the street, on horses, all over the place. I know that house is going to be built there. Everybody knows that. Parks are awesome. Everybody loves parks. I'm glad that you're going to put a park there. I'm glad that there's going to be a trail there. But you know, please limit the amount of houses that are going there. There's no reason to rezone it to put more houses there. There's no reason for that. Limit it, please. Please make the people that live in this neighborhood next to it, that's our quality of life. The more houses that are put there, the more diminished my quality of life gets. Because I can no longer use Carter Street the way I use it. I can't use the surrounding area the way that I use it. It's important to us. It's important to our families. Please consider that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor.
Bob Rogers?
Mayor.
Sorry, Bob, while you're coming up, Doc wants to speak.
Okay. I was listening to his comments, and actually, doesn't the development have fewer houses instead of more?
Melissa?
Yes, they have approximately, based on drawings, 3 less than what that's the Giants of classification.
I'd like to ask a question too when Doc finishes.
He's done.
Okay, does the council have the ability to limit the number of lots that are on that development, the number of houses that are built? Is that within our power? JC, can you address that?
Not at this time. It is zoned in a zoning classification that would allow building of 173 structures at this time. The owner purchased it with that right in hand. If the city acted to reduce that, it would be a takings of his property right, and the city would have to compensate him for that. So, no, it's not something that's possible at this time under what's being proposed. It's an interesting concept, but it's not on the table.
So we're back to the better of two situations here.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bob, thank you for waiting.
I'm going to follow up on that before I start my other thing. The council does have a right to decide how and when that property will be developed. And I want to start first that the city asks citizens all the time for their input. They sent recently questionnaires and stuff like that, and they're going to do the comprehensive plan, they're going to do this, traffic studies, always want our input. Well, we're giving it to you. We're giving it to you now. We give it to you at P&Z meetings and stuff. Listen to us. When we ask you something on behalf of our neighborhood, we know our neighborhood better than you if you don't live in it. So please listen. We've all got valid concerns. We've made Bastrop. So with that said, what's going on with these house numbers, 170, 173? Well, all it amounts to, a P&D is a planned development. It's a developer's dream. He can now develop with smaller houses. 1,000 square foot on this little lot. He's got less he has to develop, less landscaping, less driveway. Sure, he wants to shrink the sewer and all these other deals, these roads and stuff, because that's more profit for him. So it's developer versus us, the citizens have been here. He wants to make money. He don't live here. The first meeting at P&Z made a comment, which, by the way, P&Z had a lot of people show up at the first one and the second one, opposed to this development. You should have been there. His comment toward the end is, I understand your concerns. He said they did the same thing. They proposed one down where I live. I moved. Well, we don't have that choice, and we don't want that. We are now expressing we don't want this development. Okay, with that said, I want to bring in traffic. This is the first issue. We got a traffic study, which...
Can I just ask you exactly what you want? What you just talked about. What is it you want exactly?
Okay, I want you to consider each development as it goes along. If it doesn't fit the community and the community doesn't want it, well, let's just don't open our arms to a developer and say, well, sure, we're going to give you P&D, the little lots and all that. He can develop it, SF9, just like it's zoned. Let him work it out, but you still have the oversight to say how this is developed. When he presents you a plat, if you don't like it, you don't think it's coherent to the neighborhood and the citizens don't like it, we understand it can be developed. We want it done properly. Now, I'm going to get into the rest of that in just a second on what else we're going to want. It's something that we deserve. Okay, I challenge a traffic survey. Traffic engineers are like attorneys. No offense, anybody. But whoever pays them, they're going to slant their deal. This is the one he presented. Okay, and he's a signed engineer. Well, what it doesn't show is what happens. How about cut-through traffic? That's a concern I have, and most of these citizens have, is the cut-through traffic. A few years ago, they did a study, BDC. They said 71% of the people that work out of Bastrop work in Austin. Well, they don't come down 95 and all that stuff. They're going to come down 71. Y'all know that. In fact, y'all did a study years ago, traffic-wise, and found out in the Alley A, y'all were looking at that. Remember? One way, didn't work. How many cars went down there? The number of cars was greater than on Main Street. So we know when we look at the map, this right here is just a little bit. It doesn't tell you that all the people are going to be coming down Main Street, Wilson Street, Church Street, Willow Street, Carter Street. We're going to be bombarded. The joint meeting y'all had the other day that with P&Z and City Council, your traffic engineer analysis guy, he didn't get into any study, but he predicted per house 10 trips a day. So now we're looking at anywhere from 2,000 to better trips a day coming through our neighborhoods.
30 seconds, Bob.
Okay, bombarded. Well, this is going to take a little longer, but I'm going to try to hurry. Okay, you got substandard streets. If you go into your ordinance and you see the minimum street's got to be 30 foot from curb to curb. There's only a few of those that even exist in the city. Most of them are much, much narrower. How are you going to get that? If it's a subdivision, they've got to have them in there. So now you got non-conforming structure. Now you want to add to this non-conforming and push more traffic down a street that doesn't even meet your standards. Also, in the subdivision rules and regulations, it says that when this development, just like water and sewer, the developer's got to pay for his fair share of whatever it says. Your section
Bob, I'm going to
13.
suggest you've got some information that might be valuable to us. I'm going to suggest that you send that to the council
Well,
members.
it's in your city ordinance, your subdivision ordinance.
Yeah, well, if you could point us to it, might be a help, but I need to call you down at this point.
Okay, I'd be happy to.
I gave you credit for the minute that you answered Ms. McAnally's question. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Marie, as you come up, will you sign this certificate so I can call on you? I mean, sign your request?
I didn't have my glasses on, so I didn't notice.
Well, right there.
I see.
Point my finger at
Okay,
it.
put an X on.
All right, Marie Blasey.
Hello, thank you for what you do for the community, and thank you for trudging through this. It's been a difficult process for me because I bought a house on Carter Street 6 months ago at one of the exits, one of the main exits. And according to the traffic report, which I'm not sure how credible the traffic report was, but each of the houses will generate at least 10 trips a day, vehicular trips per day. So that means that 1,700 trips will be generated from those 3 exits, and I'm at one of those exits. So that means that an additional over 500 cars will come and go in front of my driveway. And so, needless to say, I'm very disappointed. And as a matter of fact, I probably won't stay. I have a couple other concerns in terms of the use of the park and the trail, the supposed trail that will be built by the developers. And I don't think that the people who currently stroll down the street with their baby carriages and walk their dog and so and et cetera are going to be inclined to go into that development to access the green space. I just can't imagine that it would be an invasion of privacy of the people in the green space. It seems like it would be kind of unnatural to go into somebody's neighborhood to walk your dog, if you know what I mean. So I think that it won't work in terms of what the use that we have of our neighborhood now, which is quite lovely and open and not so densely, it's not a densely populated neighborhood. I don't think that the green belt is going to be of the trail or whatever you want to call it, will be of use to the community. It'll be of use to the residents of the subdivision. And I guess the other thing I have to say is that when I do have to sell my house, which I presume I will have to, that the market value of my house will go down because of the traffic. We all know that. And so I'm disappointed about that because I just got there. And I kind of just got back to Bastrop a year and a half ago, or 2.5 years now. And I looked pretty much long and hard for a house and purchased that house. And now my next, the eventuality is that I will have to move on. So I'm very disappointed. I think that the development is inappropriate in size. Half of that size would be fine. 72 houses is what's appropriate. And that's the approximate population density of Pecan Valley, which is where I live. It's 14 houses per block, and this is about 5 or 6 blocks. And if you do the calculation for that, if you divide 170 by 6, you end up with 28 houses per block. So it's twice the density.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Could I just say, I don't know what's going on here because we keep being told we don't get to determine how many houses get built there. I don't know what we can do. Everybody here wants to please our neighbors. We all want to be good custodians, but we do have limits of how much we can do. We can't decide how this looks. We can't decide how many things are going to be built here. We have limitations here. Would everybody please remember when you make requests to make them within those limitations? Because otherwise, everybody's just we're just all over the place.
Mayor, I'm waiting, oh, you got some more reports?
I got 2 more.
Okay, thank you, sir.
No, actually, yes, I have 2 more. Ann, do you want to speak from over there?
No, now that I understand the project a little bit better, I will let other people who live in the area speak, okay?
Thank you very much, Ann.
I want to go on to other things.
I have a request from Mr. Singleton, but I think you've had a chance to speak, and we'll ask other questions if we want to. You want to say any more?
No, sir. Your staff asked me to fill that out.
That's fine, but you didn't need to because you're really on the agenda. Okay.
I have another question.
I want to go with Willie because he just...
Okay. Well, the question is to Willie. Would you please restate what you think should be done before decisions are made? And Mike, could you let us know if what Mr. De La Rosa believes should happen can happen, okay? Can you restate it?
Well, if you ask my opinion, I think if the existing neighborhood people are, and it showed on the responses that she got, the plan department got back, they were opposed to going to a plan development and leave it as SF9. That's my first recommendation that I'm making. The second one, with the legal counsel mentioned that what other options that we had other than if we tried to reduce the property, and I've offered this as an option to the city manager with the property owner. If we went in and offered them money to invest in more parkland, which would eliminate more lots and vehicles on that street in that area, we could go in and create a bigger parkland space by buying some of the property back from that potential landowner. But my deal was, but to finish up, there is no way that I would say to anybody on this member of this council to make any kind of vote unless you were listening to the neighbors and said no on the plan development before the city manager and this particular developer had an opportunity to talk on the cost of the improvements on the street and how we were going to pay for them, and to do that, like I said, on behalf of the city. I mean, the city to even do that, I think is just bad business. The police chief was never asked as far as public safety, and this is what it is, public safety and how you move traffic along those streets, because not only going to impact the people going south on Carter, it's going to impact all the other neighborhoods as those cars go through the existing neighborhoods.
So Mike.
Yes.
Mr. De La Rosa's plan, is any or all of it possible, please?
Well, it's possible if the developer's agreeing to it. We have to be cautious that we don't get into what is called condition zoning, because that relates to contract zoning, which is not an acceptable criteria to approve a zoning request. And so the developer would have to be open to having the discussions that Mr. De La Rosa has mentioned. Normally you address those during the subdivision process and address the street issues, which I think the street issue width of that street is 21 foot, and that is a valid concern that does need to be addressed.
Would it help the safety of that street if there were sidewalks?
Oh, sure.
Instead of a street width improvement, if you had a sidewalk that ran all the way from Magnolia, perhaps all the way to the city park, to the Fisherman's Park?
Anytime that you can put a sidewalk in, it enhances pedestrian safety.
And is that something that the developer could be asked to put in as part of this, or is that going to get into this conditional?
Well, the length that you're talking about would be beyond, I mean, maybe in front of his development, but that would be the limits of what he would have to look at.
So is, and what I'm hearing is that, Mike, you and the developer can, at this point, talk about some of the suggestions that Mr. De La Rosa made and see if those can be worked out before we move ahead with this? Is that what's being said here?
Excuse me, let me answer that. The point I was trying to make on my first comment, that those were the options if we didn't vote no on the planned development. That's what I said the option was. That's what I was trying to make. If we voted no for the planning, for the proposed planning change, then I don't know if those other things come into effect right now, because we don't know what the developer will do, whether they walk away and somebody else comes in and develops the SF9. But that still needs to be addressed, the concern of the street improvements.
I don't know what you're saying. Can you please? I don't know what you're saying. Are you saying that we should keep it at SF?
I think you ought to listen to the neighborhood and leave it at SF9. That's my first deal.
Okay, then if we leave it SF9, it's my understanding that we can't request changes. So
There's
how do
always
we
things
do
that you
both?
can do different. You can't
Can we
just
do
say-
that different, Mike? Can we do that different, JC? Somebody tell me,
Well,
because this is
again,
nuts.
There are issues that come up that are related to the subdivision development process that have to be addressed during the subdivision versus a zoning change when you're looking at the compatibility. Does that zoning change fit the surrounding zoning districts? So you're trying to compare infrastructure improvements, which is a subdivision issue, versus a zoning issue, which is a land use process.
So where does that leave us? So where does that leave us?
Well, I think where we are is we have a hearing on something you're going to have a chance to vote on at the next item, so.
Yeah, but where does that leave us with Mike? Does Mike go and talk to the developer now? Or do we leave it alone and then vote on it next time? What can happen between now and next time to address the concerns of the people in the audience?
Mike, you got an answer to that?
I mean, I have found Mr. Singleton to be very open. He's been, I think, very responsive. I think he would be open to some level of discussion, but I would caution that the city will ultimately have to make the decision based upon whether or not you think this is an appropriate zoning request, irregardless of what I come back with.
Mr. Singleton, would you be able to take part with this with Mike, and so that some of these questions could be addressed to see if we can work out anything before we take a vote next time?
The discussions with your staff, your engineering staff, have suggested that if there's additional right-of-way along Carter that would be necessary for the future widening of that, is that something that we would consider and participate in, even beyond what, there are some state statutes that limit what you can do. We can voluntarily contribute more right-of-way if it's deemed appropriate. And we acknowledge to staff that we would be certainly willing to do that. I would like to get back to your process, and I think, in hindsight, we probably made a mistake doing our TIA out of sequence. This has been and remains a zoning case, and we tried to allay some concerns by doing some things out of order, so I would respectfully request that we go back to your process. And as Mr. Talbot suggested, there's a point in your process that we need to deal with those. One of the things that we did offer up in the PD was a sidewalk along Carter Street that's outside the right-of-way. So I think Melissa's got an example of what that would look like. So, and again, that's along the bounds of what we own. But, y'all have some needs beyond the limits of our subdivision that I can help you with. And we can certainly address it within the bounds of our subdivision. If there's additional right-of-way that's necessary along Carter, absolutely.
All right,
I would like to do that.
The sidewalk is
planning.
in the plan?
The sidewalk is part of the PD.
Okay, I didn't
Yes,
see,
sir.
I didn't see that.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
And you would pay for the sidewalk? The city would not pay?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Only, but I want to make sure you understand, in front of his development.
Correct.
So sidewalks will be part of internally in the development as well as the trail.
On Carter Street.
but along Carter Street, because that's their boundary of their development.
Can you go back to our land plan? Because the sidewalk's internal, as well as the sidewalk along Carter, as well as the trail along Piney Creek. And, you know, one of the things that came out of the Planning Commission workshop was when we added this third connection, we were also asked to provide more direct access from Carter Street to the Greenbelt. So these neighborhoods could more easily access that Greenbelt. And when the trail connects to Fisherman's Park and connects to your future park to the east, then that trail along Piney Creek makes more sense. But we acknowledged in our PD request that the sidewalks internal to our neighborhood, the sidewalk or trail along Carter and the trail along Piney Creek, it's a network. None of them are intended to be standalone, but they're intended to work together. And so we did commit to that as part of our PD, both the trail along Piney Creek and the sidewalk indoor trail along Carter. And then we certainly had discussions about the additional right-of-way. So, but I would like to take that back to when we're plating, because that's the appropriate venue when we'll deal with that. And then the actual dedication will occur as part of that plat, where that land will be defined by meets and bounds. Our surveyor will define that and pay for that, and then we'll dedicate that as part of the plating process to the city. So, but I would like to do that at the appropriate point in your process, as opposed to, this is a land use case. We're really talking about zoning. All we're talking about is how this site's going to be developed. And so we'd like to get past that hurdle. As Wesley outlined, your process, we're at the very beginning of that process, and we keep jumping way ahead. And so we'd like to get back to your process. But I trust you heard what Mr. Talbot said. We have worked with staff, your planning commission, through the workshops, et cetera, throughout this process. We're not bad guys. We're not here trying to do something that's inappropriate or incompatible with your neighborhood. If it was, we couldn't sell it. And so, again, I think we believe that what we've proposed is a reasonable way for this tract to develop, much more environmentally friendly and sensitive than it could be. And so, with that, I'll
Thank you for your cooperation with staff.
I'm of the opinion that everybody's had something to say. We've asked every citizen that wanted to speak. I think it's time for us to close the hearing. You can still talk about the merits in the next item. The public hearing under B1 is now at an end. Item B2.
Ken, before we go to B2, can we have a break?
I know everybody's eager, but I'll call for a comfort recess, not go talk to everybody recess. Get to the bathroom and get back. We're in recess for 4 minutes.
I got you.
return to our session, and we're at item B2, first reading of an ordinance granting a zone change for plus or minus 9.91 acres for Piney Creek Bend out of the A11 Bastrop Town Tract from SF9 single-family residential and AOS agricultural open space to PD residential plan development located north of the railroad tracks on the northwest corner of Riverwood, Hawthorne, and Carter Street within the city limits of Bastrop, Texas, and providing an effective date. Ms. McCullough.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. This would be the actual ordinance, and if adopted, would establish the standards that this 90 acres could develop on. And again, with the attached exhibits A, B, and C that not only show the potential lot sizes that they're hoping to incorporate and develop, and the mix of lot sizes that they're hoping to do. So these are the standards that the subdivisions would be addressed against. So with that, again, they are proposing the two tops of lot sizes. In Exhibit A1, they have highlighted and categorized the trails and parkland, definitely parking standards and fencing. Another thing that's a good idea and unique the developer has thought about is the actual lots that back up to the open space that they're proposing, not to have that potentially be a wall of fences over there, that those would be wrought iron or open fencing, that if and when you're on the trail system that you won't be secluded or closed off as well. So these are standards that would be built within. And again, this is the first reading of the ordinance. Exhibit A1 really defines the standards that the developer is proposing, and then also ties in both Exhibit B and C, which you have seen this evening, that show the parks and open space and the trails, along with the sidewalks on Carter Street and the potential lot layout as well, limiting to 170 units.
Thank you. This would be the potential action item.
Yes.
It would be on first reading, has to pass twice to be enacted, and floor is open.
Melissa, planning and zoning, some members voted no. Did they express their concerns?
I asked to have in this packet a draft copy of the minutes, which have not been approved yet, so clearly they're draft. I talked to the chairman of P&Z who felt under some stress to not come speak to us about what happened based on something we've heard somewhere. We'll talk about that another day, but that's why I asked for the minutes to be included. If you haven't seen it, we could, I didn't want to put Melissa on the spot to have to characterize what people were saying, but they're in the packet under D1. But I'm not saying don't answer the question, Melissa. I just wanted to point that out, and I forgot to do it earlier.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate. I do think the minutes are an accurate reflection. Gosh, there's 6 pages of minutes, and this was the main item on the agenda. They are reflective of what went on. It was a 5-3 vote recommending approval of this item.
I'm sorry, I meant to say B1.
Yes, thank you. So you're right, I didn't do all the attachments again for B2.
A comment that I would have to the council, as I look at this is a first reading. My suggestion to the council would be that we approve the first reading and that we send the city manager and the developer back to and our planning department back to the drawing board to talk about street issues. I agree with Willie that this project may or may not be the one that breaks the camel's back on Carter Street, but we need to be thinking ahead. If this development goes forward, what's the next development up the road and the next development up the road? And we need to be thinking about long-term growth of that whole end of town, Reed's Bend. So my suggestion would be that potentially that we approve the first reading, we send the city manager back to the drawing table to see, and also that we put this on our workshop as an item to talk about roads and street development in the future. I know that's part of our master plan that we're going through right now, that if we put this as a priority to the master plan and have the traffic folks that have already looked at the master plan look at this, the impact of this on the master plan and the impact of future growth on that road on that master plan, that maybe after our workshop meeting, we'll have a direction. We'll look at budgets, we'll look at costs, we'll look at what's it going to take to improve the street, to improve Carter Street and Mesquite Street potentially, to drain that area. And maybe it's a phase plan that right now we just deal with something south of whatever street, and then a couple years down the road we extend that further, and as the developments require it, or we just go on down the road with it. As at Piney Creek, I guess we hit the city limit, but we may end up annexing that property. But we ought to have a plan that says, here's where we are today. This is what's going to happen when we impact with this development. But the next phase beyond that is going to cause even more demand. So why don't we work that out? And then at the second reading, hopefully, we have that worked out, or we don't agree to doing the, we don't approve the second reading. We send it. We don't approve the rezoning.
Mayor.
Is that a motion?
Mayor.
Well, that's a suggestion. I wanted some discussion.
I thought you opened this up for discussion.
I did, but if he was making that a motion, I wanted to make sure I understood it.
Let me make a comment, I might make a motion.
He did not make a motion, Your Honor.
Let me make a comment, I might make a motion.
I understand.
I guess, question I have for Councilmember Schiff, why would you want to vote yes tonight when the majority of the neighbors here are opposed to a zoning change?
I was just going to do that to expedite. I don't want to hold up the development if we can work out.
If we have a second reading, why not vote no?
If we vote no now, then we'll have to have another first reading, won't we? And then a second reading. So I'm just trying to.
Here's my deal. I've sat up here a lot of years and listened to a lot of zoning changes and stuff. And some people were right when they talked tonight about why ask for input from the neighbors if you're not going to listen to them. And my deal is, and I'm going to ask each and every one of you, because I'm the exception because I live closer to the area than anybody. If there was 90 acres across each one of y'all where y'all live today, and y'all afforded this luxury, would you want this subdivision across the street from you? That's the question you ask. Because y'all afforded the luxury to sit up here and say, yeah, we want this in the community, but not across the street from me. So everybody but me has afforded that luxury to say, do I want this zoning change? When the majority of the neighbors are sitting here tonight in front of you saying, we'll take that SF9 for right now, but we do not want the planned development zoning change.
Do you have a motion?
I want to comment on.
Willie said he might make a motion. I'm sorry, you're not? Okay. Kelly?
I agree with what Willie says, but if we stick with SF9, tell me if this is right. If we stick with SF9, it's 173 homes. If we change it to what the developer wants, it's 170 homes. But either way, it's being developed with 170 minimum homes. Is that right?
Yes.
Right,
I mean, it has the potential to be developed for that. I will say this plan development does limit, as proposed today, to 170 homes.
Could it ever, if it was just kept at SF9, is that the maximum? Or where did 190 homes come from? Where was that?
Quite honestly, that was very much a schematic of what potentially could be done on that. I would say potentially, if a developer chooses to do floodplain analysis and reclaim floodplain, they could potentially even put more homes on that. I mean, that was just a schematic looking at what the floodplain was, looking at the minimum lot size that's allowed under the SF9 zoning classification, and how many number of homes he could put on there.
So if we leave it as is, there's potential for many, many more homes.
Potentially.
But if we make the change, then it stays at 170.
It would be limited to 170.
Limited to 170.
Correct.
Okay.
What about other improvements like?
Doc hadn't weighed in quite a while. Let me call on Doc.
Okay. It would be limited to 170. What about other amenities and improvements like the parkland and all of that? Would that, if we keep it zoned as it is, would we still be afforded those amenities, the impervious, the situations that we were talking about that were going to really improve the development?
We would be afforded sidewalks within the development. I mean, quite frankly, that's minimum standard. So new developments require sidewalks, but having 47 acres of open space, probably not. I mean, that exceeds
With
our...
173 houses on there, you couldn't have that much parkland because there wouldn't be any land left, to, little minimal land left to do that parkland.
Willie? I want to, Willie?
Gary, how can that be true if there's only
Kelly,
three
I
more
think
houses?
Willie was,
She's gonna make the point I'm going, those comments.
she yields to Kelly. He yields to Kelly. Sorry, go ahead, Kelly.
I don't understand how that can be true if there's only three more houses. We
'Cause
won't
they-
get 43,000.
Lots.
Correct. Council membership's correct. Generally, if you're increasing the lot width and adding additional streets within a subdivision, that's taking up more space that would negate or lessen the 47 acres of parkland. So, yeah, so just numbers to numbers wise, it's about the same, but actual open space wise, it could be a very different scenario.
So the things that I heard this evening were the density of the housing, which either way, we're going to have 170 houses, potentially a lot more. So we're not changing that. And the traffic were the two concerns of the community. Have we adequately addressed that? Is everybody happy with the traffic studies and with the roads? And are we ready to vote on this?
I'm ready to make a motion. I will move that we approve the first reading and that we instruct, can I add the instruct part? I guess I can. We instruct the city manager to work with the developer to try to enhance the traffic issues, to make them less of an issue. I don't want to not use the right word here. To work with the developer to minimize the traffic issues on Carter Street.
It sounds like we're doing conditional zoning, though. Because if he is resistant to this, then we're basically saying if it doesn't come back, then we're going to say no.
Well, we have a second reading, we can either say yes or we can say no.
You'll know whether or not there's a change in the plan when we come back or not.
Can we put that condition on the motion?
You can instruct the city manager to talk to the developer about the concerns related to the road. It's a conversation. The city manager will report back to you, and your concerns and the neighbors' concerns will either be remedied or not, and you'll make your decision on the second reading.
But if we decide yes right now, based on what is in front of us, and we have that condition that they have some discussions, and they come back negatively, isn't that holding it over his head?
I think what you're asking for is additional clarification and information about what he's already spoken to me briefly tonight about some concepts, some sidewalks that people didn't realize, some right-of-way issues, and I believe that maybe they can flesh that out and provide you additional detail on what might be available in the subdivision process, which is a separate process that might give you more information to consider.
I'm going to rule that the motion's in order. Is there a second? Second from Kay. Okay, floor is open for discussion.
I'm looking at the motion. I'm pretty much in agreement. I would just like to add something, if I could, to that. Just the fact that when the developer and the city manager get together with staff, that they also take, of course, I'm hoping they will take into consideration what the citizens have also requested tonight, and take those conditions and those considerations into the process as well.
Well, do you think that, Mike, that what Doc just said covers what Gary was getting at?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you got it, Doc. Other discussion? Y'all ready to vote? Ann, please call the roll. I don't see any more discussion.
Councilmember Shedd?
Yes.
Councilmember McAnally? Yes. Councilmember Jackson?
Yes.
Councilmember Gilliland? I'm sorry, yes, Councilmember Gilliland?
What's the vote?
3 to 2.
Ann?
3 to 2.
3 to 2, thank you. So we will carry this forward. We will hear back from Mike at the meeting on the 26th.
And I would ask our secretary to put on the agenda for our workshop a discussion about roads in this area.
I've got that down. Melissa, thank you. Mr. Singleton, thank you. All citizens that spoke, thank you. Council members. We've had a decent conversation tonight on a difficult issue, one that's certainly to be repeated over the years because it's part of our growing pains and it's part of our transition into a bigger kind of city. And we have competing interests that were very well represented tonight. We have spent a lot of time on a very important issue. I'm going to recommend this to the council and see if I can get sort of nods of the head agreement. We have reached the D items. We have completed item D1. I'm going to suggest, if Mike agrees, I'm sorry, we have to do B3. I'm sorry, I'm just getting too hopeful that we're at that point. Item B3, Melissa, sorry. This is a public hearing. Consideration, discussion, and possible action on a variance to the subdivision ordinance, section 5.50.1A. Subdivision layouts shall avoid the inclusion of a flag-shaped lots, 6.502A, access to lots. Each lot in a subdivision shall abut on a public street, section 710.2A, suburban subdivision standards, minimum lot width requirements. The proposed home place subdivision is plus or minus 5.098 acres out of the Stephen F. Austin Survey, abstract number 2, located on Lovers Lane in the Bastrop, Texas extraterritorial jurisdiction. Ms. McCullum.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. This is also an action item, and how you approve will approve or deny it. How you vote on this item will affect how the subdivision layout is for this particular item. So essentially, this is a property. I'm going to go to a map here. Currently, it's a little hard to see on this, but essentially it's one large, or currently stands as one large lot, a little over 5 acres currently. There's 2 homes that are closest to Lovers Lane, and they have another home that's closest to the Colorado River here, and they're proposing to subdivide, divide up this land into ownership. One lot would remain up here keep the 2 existing homes. This property is located outside the city limits. This lot essentially is a flag lot, which is one of our variances in regards that it doesn't have the minimum frontage of 125 feet that's usually required for a large lot subdivision. And lot number 3 that is proposed is actually proposing no frontage on Lovers Lane, and they would like to utilize a proposed access easement that is through lot 2, which will give access to the existing home that is lot 3 back here. At this point in time, staff is supportive of the variance to allow this flag lot or smaller frontage dimensions for this proposed lot 2, but we are actually recommending denial of the variance that would allow lot 3 to continue or as proposed to be landlocked or not have appropriate frontage on a publicly dedicated street. I will say from planning practices, it's has been, and there is cases where access easements are appropriate, but being a brand new subdivision, I believe there are ways that they could incorporate actually maintaining and having frontage on a publicly dedicated street where right now the lot is landlocked. So with that, staff is supportive of kind of the flag lot or smaller foot frontage, but not recommending the other variants.
How far is this from our city limits?
It's actually not too far down. I should have had a location.
Is it past the baseball field, or?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes, it is.
It is right past the baseball fields, yeah.
Kelly, were you want to speak?
Yeah, Melissa, you said that that you're not supportive of the other variants because you believe there are other options that they could have to access the street. What are they?
I do think, quite honestly, potentially, do something to where they could continue to have, access or create an additional flag here. But even quite honestly, from my understanding, the current landlocked proposed parcel actually accesses through a neighboring relative's property, so maybe it's an opportunity to add on additional frontage to to have a additional right-of-way frontage on that lot.
I didn't understand any of that, did you?
Would it help for Mr. Stevenson to talk? I mean, would it help for Mr. Stevenson to talk?
Yeah. The applicant is, the applicant's representatives here. Just lot 3.
I got a Zachary Stevenson. Who's the developer? Somebody from the developer come forward. Tell us who you are.
I'm Zachary Stevenson. I'm, I guess, one of the reasons why this is being proposed. The lot 2 is 2.5 acres, give or take. I can't see that from here. This land was given, this lot here and the lot to the left is all family land. It was at one point in time a 10-acre lot. It was divided into 2 5-acre lots. Judy Adams gave her son 5 acres, and the lot in question is the additional 5. The 2 houses up in the front are rental houses, and and then the house in the back is where she lives. We want to build a house right in the middle of that lot, which has caused the flag lot. So, I mean, Garen can help me out, but there's no way to do what Melissa has said unless I give up additional land.
Did you say this is one family?
It's one family. It's all in the same family.
It's all in the same family?
Yes,
and
ma'am.
You're wanting to build a house between the rental houses and...
I'm wanting to build a house right there.
Right.
This land here, the same guy owns this land and this land. So what she's denying is him going through his own land to get to his piece of land. And the only reason why this is even an issue is because we're in the extraterritorial jurisdiction.
Yeah.
Had this been 5 years ago or wherever it is, we wouldn't be up here. We're trying to do things the right way, get approval from you guys, and it's been a very frustrating process. We don't want to get letters like what we saw previously.
So you have an easement. Everything's okay with everybody?
There's an easement right here, I believe, and then we're proposing an easement all the way back to this land to get to this right here.
And everybody on that land is approving that. It's all family. Everybody says this is okay with them.
Right here.
Is that right?
Yes, ma'am. My wife, this is her dad. Her dad owns this, her dad owns this. The only reason why we don't have this land and we don't have that land is because there are trailer houses on there right now, and I can't get financing with using the land as equity to get financing.
Are you in agreement with the staff recommendation or disagreement?
I mean, I agree with the flag lot. I disagree with them not wanting to approve the easement to the back lot.
So what we have before us is a recommendation not to approve one. Is he disagreeing with you?
Absolutely. I mean,
Okay.
yes, he would like to have the subdivision layout. So again, I look at the division of land. So I'm looking at land division and having appropriate frontage and access to a publicly dedicated street. So currently this is, from my perspective as a land division looking at it, it's 1 5-acre tract that currently has 3 homes on it. 2 homes would remain on the new proposed lot 1. Lot 2 would have a frontage to this dedicated Lover's Lane. And again, from my subdivision looking at it authority, lot 3 is landlocked. Yes, they are proposing access through an access easement back here, but property doesn't always stay in family ownerships, and we have issues all of the time of property not having access or frontage on publicly dedicated streets, which creates issues in the future. And I will say, the county has very similar processes for having properties on.
So if
publicly
they
dedicated.
bought this proposed easement, or the easement, and owned it, that would be okay with us?
Potentially, I mean, Lot 2 only has 35, this is only 35 feet down here, so that is one of the subdivision requirements of 120, usually for your larger lot, acreage of having 120 feet of frontage on a publicly dedicated street.
Could I just ask if there's a way that the city could, if we approve this for this family, and no one cares, it's out of the city limits, and no one in the family cares about this easement, it's not a problem to them, is there a way that we can protect the city in the future for having, if this should be sold, from having liability for this decision affecting the land value, or can we get in trouble for this?
Good question.
Well, it's a variance. It's not in compliance with our regulations. You make your decision based upon the factors that are presented to you. Anyone that would acquire it in the future would take it understanding the constraints that are on it. So I would argue they're coming to the problem.
Okay, that's what I want to know. So that's their problem if they choose to buy this. If it affects these people's land's value because it's irregular, that's their problem. If the buyer wants to choose something that's irregular, that's their problem, right?
That would be my argument in support of the city's decision-making.
Then I would propose that we allow this family to continue their building the way they want it.
Could I just ask one question? Joe Christie, could we put a plat note on there that would reflect the fact that the family is in agreement to this and recognizes that it landlocks a particular lot and accepts the responsibility of that landlock? That way, they're acknowledging by signing the plat that they're creating a landlocked lot, and that takes the liability off the city.
Exactly.
We can go,
Well, let me let J.C. finish answering, and then we'll go.
I was going to say, we can go a step further and say that they'll indemnify the city for any actions bought as a result of that. So
Under those conditions, I would like to make my motion that we approve
I got to let Willie talk first, because he was trying to talk.
Just out of curiosity, how would this meet the county standard? What would, if this particular thing went before their subdivision at the county, what would their answer be?
I'm not an expert on so yes.
I'm James Guerin. I'm the surveyor representing the Adams. This would be exempt from plating under county rules.
This be what?
It would be exempt from plating. Under state and county rules, divisions of family land to direct family members is exempt from subdividing. So if we weren't in the ETJ,
Well, that was
these
my
folks
point when
wouldn't
I
have
asked
to come
how
in
far
and
you were from
plat.
the city limits, and nobody would answer me. That's the point I was getting to, how far out in the county it is, because I'm gonna presume we're never gonna go annex that far down Lover's Lane.
This is a family division of property. Under state and county rules, it's exempt from having to go through a subdivision process. Because they're in your ETJ, they've gotten caught up in having to subdivide the property. Lot 3 that is landlocked is Judy Adams' home, and she intends to and has already given that land to her son that owns the property to the left. She's also given him the property up front, which originally she was going to give to a daughter, and the daughter decided she didn't want it. And then we have the son-in-law and his wife who wanted the middle piece, which started all of this, to build their house on. And to get financing, we had to separate this out. Because there's liens on the son's property to the left, we can't involve that in the subdivision plat and move the lot lines without getting his lien holders involved and getting releases done. It was, it just got to be a cumbersome process. So this is the best thing that we've been able to work out. And again, it's family division property and would have been exempt if we were just strictly working under state and county rules.
I move that we
I'm going to let Kate make her motion. I'm gonna cut Kay off. It's Kay's turn. She can make her motion. We can still talk. If you want to yield, I promised you that I would turn to you after Willie.
Okay. Go ahead, I'll yield for Kelly.
Before you make your motion, I'd just like to ask the family, are they willing to accept the indemnification? I can't say that tonight. The terms that the city would require to protect the city by making this landlocked?
There would be 0 issues with that.
Then I would like to make the motion that we approve this with all the indemnities and legal indemnities.
We'll prepare the
I second.
Whatever we can do that makes this so that the city's not liable, please do it.
Are y'all ready to vote? I think we understand the motion. Mike, we understand it?
Yes, sir.
Will you please call the roll, Ann?
Councilmember McAnally?
Yes.
Councilmember Schiff?
Yes.
Councilmember Jackson?
Yes.
Councilmember Gilliland? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Delores?
Okay, thanks, everybody. Let me go back to say now we're at the D items. We have done D1. I'm going to propose what we do for the rest of our time tonight and see if I can get agreement. Mike, are you willing for us to put off the BMC until the retreat?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to suggest that we take item D2. We've already put item D3 on the retreat, and that we add item D5 to the retreat. You want it for the retreat? Yes. And then items D6, 7, and 8, if Mr. Jackson...
6 could go on to the retreat as well.
Can we, how about January 26? Is it of the same, is it of the importance for the retreat, you think, or is it?
I think it should be discussed at the retreat.
All right, I'm putting that on the retreat. I'm going to put D7 and 8 on the January 26th agenda. And I would like to deal with item D4 now because we have a report from the Bastrop Economic Development Corporation that makes it a little urgent if we agree with them. So
What did you say, D7's on the retreat or on?
put D7 for January 26th, and I think that's not, I don't think that.
Let's do D9 on the 27th, 26th too.
D9 goes on the 26th, okay? And so I'm going to, there's an item, some backup information in the packet. This item is consideration, discussion, and possible action regarding instructing the city manager to negotiate with the Greater Austin YMCA in the effort to reach an agreement for a joint venture between the city and the Y to build a recreational facility in Bastrop. And I'll turn it over to Gary.
Okay. I think how I'd like to start this, let's see if I can get James up here. I'd like James Fink from the Y to make a presentation of what they propose to do here in Bastrop with a Y, and then I'd like to talk about how I think we can finance it. James?
Mayor, could I ask a question before we go further?
You can ask a question.
Let me ask you, last night you made a motion to go forward with the city manager and yourself and Sean and Steve Mills about coming up with some way to finance what we talked about last night.
You want me to explain that?
Why are we going through this to a presentation tonight? Because this is going to be one of the same thing. When y'all had y'all meeting.
Not everybody was at that presentation.
I'll explain what happened at BEDC, Willie, if you want me to do that now. I was going to do it later, but I'll do it now if you prefer.
Not everybody has seen that presentation, and that's why, and I think he can make it very brief. Can you make it very brief, James? Sure.
We'll be 11 o'clock, we'll be talking about.
You know what? This is an important issue, and other council members, there are 3 council members on here who were not at the BEDC meeting, who have not had any of this discussion yet. We shouldn't say, well, let's just make it a real brief one so we can hurry up.
Well,
no.
Okay, I'm not.
What I was trying to do.
My only question is, if there's a communication from BEDC, which I can give now or later, and if Willie wants me to do it now, I'll do it now, but I'd just soon start with the presentation from Mr. Fink.
Well, either way, I don't want the council, the deciding body on this, to be shortchanged because the BEDC has already discussed it.
I will not let that happen.
Okay, then let it go.
Okay, I'm going with Gary. I'll give my report in 2 minutes.
I think
James?
I'm going to defer the presentation to my colleague, Mr. Andrew Wiggins, more articulate.
That's fine. The articulate Mr. Andrew Wiggins? Is that it? Is that how I pronounce it?
Wiggins.
Wiggins. Say it.
Wiggins, W-I-G-G-I-N-S.
Wiggins, like Mr. Wiggins. Well, you're too young to remember that. Never mind. Go ahead.
Can I pass this out to you guys?
Yes, please.
Are we on TV?
Are we on TV?
Are we on TV?
Are we on TV?
We're on
I
TV.
want the people at home to see this.
Point of order. Yes, we're on.
Everything we talk about tonight on this.
That point of something is correct, Mr. De La Rosa.
See, y'all give away city money.
Mr. Mayor, Council, thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. Thank you for your service. I know it's 9:30, 10 o'clock at night, and this is a long day for all of us, so I will be brief and try to just hit the high points. You guys know, you've heard many presentations from the YMCA before. We've been in Bastrop County since 2011 and had a membership base serving in programs from youth, teens, families, older adults, seniors. Stepped up in the last few years to manage the Bastrop State Park pool and have done so in the interest of improving the safety and health of everyone here in Bastrop County. The idea, and since we got here into Bastrop, has always been that we want to be here for a long time. We want to serve the community, and the way that we can do that and be economically viable and do so in the deepest impact is through a full facility. So as you heard from my colleague, my boss, James Fink, in December, there's an opportunity because of the HUD grant money to revisit this discussion. And we also recommended at your December meeting that you guys, there was a timetable from the judge and from the stipulations of the grant that you had to put forth a project. And at that time, the city manager presented you with that project. We called that Plan B. And you guys approved it, and we were right there with you. James also mentioned at that time that he wanted the opportunity to come back and see if we could show you a better path forward. And that's what I'm here tonight to briefly describe, and we're going to call that Plan A in your packet. I'm going to skip some of this, different slides here, and just bring up the top slide. It's a little bit slow, a little bit small on the screen there, so I'll go ahead and read through it. Plan A is really working with the YMCA, and what we've put forth is a plan for a 25,000 square foot facility that would be expandable over time as your community grows and what your community needs. Plan B, which you've heard about before, would be a 6,000 square foot facility. YMCA operations are open Monday through Sunday, 7 days a week. Hours do vary, but we estimate that we would be open for at least 80 hours a week serving the community. I'm not sure what the plan would be for a city recreation center in terms of days of the week open or hours. Amenities that would put forth. In your packet, there's a brief, kind of simple construction drawing of the 25,000 square foot facility, including multi-purpose rooms, meeting rooms, locker rooms, an indoor pool, gymnasium, and athletic fields. As presented in December, the construction drawing for the City Rec Center would have multi-purpose rooms, meeting rooms, and locker rooms. In terms of programs, we would address this as we do all of our YMCA facilities with programs for kids, adults, teens, seniors, including health and wellness, aquatics, childcare, recreational sports, senior programming. Again, unsure of the plans for programming at a City Rec Center. The Bastrop State Park pool, which I mentioned in the opening, we've stepped up to be able to serve and be able to teach swim lessons and have swim league, have a place for families to go, has been managed by the Y the last couple of years. That is something that's allowed us to thrive in this community. If we're not able to build that full facility, I'm not sure that we'd be able to continue that operation. Staff, we've mentioned just in terms of the number of members that we serve, looking at probably 1,000 units. A unit is a YMCA term, could be a 2-adult family, 1 adult family, could be an individual. We think estimating that at least 1,000 units would be members of a YMCA facility here in Bastrop. Based on the budget size and the other facilities that we have, about 50 or 60% of our total revenue goes to salaries, meaning that about $750,000 annually in salaries would be coming back into this community through full and part-time staff. Just on the money side, I know that's what we're going to get into here in comparison. The $1.6 million from the federal government through the Community Development Block Grant, the HUD grant, would get a emergency shelter either way you cut it. The YMCA facility would double as an emergency shelter and be available in times of need. If you built a community recreation center, that would obviously also be available as an emergency shelter. The city, since 2011, has supported part of a recreation specialist position to put forth the membership and programs that we've talked about here tonight at a contribution to the YMCA of about $40,000 a year. Again, I think in Plan A or Plan B, that would go forward. Plan A, in terms of operational expenses, we are here to ask that the city contribute an additional $50,000 a year for 20 years. So we're going to add the 40 and the $50,000 for $90,000 contribution a year for 20 years, making that a $1.8 million contribution over 20 years. Again, the operational expenses for Plan B, the City Rec Center, would, by the city manager's estimate at previous meetings, be at least $60,000 a year. Meaning if we add $40,000 and $60,000, we're at $100K a year for 20 years, a $2 million contribution.
I might insert something here, and that is that the estimate that the city manager made was for a 40-hour work week being staffed instead of your proposal of 80 hours, so just for a point of reference.
I appreciate that. And then as we've discussed, this would be a city-owned facility, and we would ask a YMCA would be a city-owned facility, and the city would be responsible for capital expenses. And in either scenario,
What does that
Plan
mean? What does that mean?
HVAC, the roof leaks, structural integrity, long-term capital things. The day-to-day maintenance is YMCA operational expenses, just like we would run any other facility. This would be a similar agreement as some of you have toured and some of you have heard about with the City of Austin. They were able to pass a bond many years ago and then do a joint venture with us on the North Austin City Recreation Center. Again, we do all of the maintenance and operations. We do the day-to-day, we do the membership, we do the programs, we take the expenses. They're only on the hook for the capital expenses. Same thing.
Still going?
I'll yield time and happy to try to answer any questions council has.
I have a question. Gary, and I want to point out something important at this point, Gary. The plan that is in your packet from Gary and me includes an item 5, which I want to talk about in a moment, but I want to ask a question while Mr. Wiggins is up here. Gary was very clear. The reason this doesn't say anything except alternate source is Gary was very clear to not talk to me about where that money would come from when we talked about this. And I found out at the EDC board meeting is that 3 of them had already talked about this, and he couldn't talk. It's in the report on the internet. It's in their packet that Gary and Christie and Joe had talked with Sean and the Y about this. So Gary was very careful to make sure he didn't mention BEDC to me one iota. So once I saw the agenda from EDC, I realized, what he was doing. So I want to declare that. Also want to say that I will get back to that in a moment, but on your the third to last item on this plan A and B is at pretty severe odds with the plan Gary and I presented in terms of funded by the city. What we are proposing is that we discontinue paying for that.
It's the same amount, Ken.
But it's listed as recreation specialist, but am I?
He's just taken the 90,000 that I talked about and put it into it.
Just want to make it real clear that we would discontinue paying the Y director, the Y recreation salary.
Yeah, if you want to, absolutely, I understand that, Mr. Mayor.
I just want to make sure,
It's-
because to me, that's confusing, the way this is listed.
That's fine. It's 90,000 is the ask. We're just comparing it to the 40,000 that's been contributed annually for the last 5 years.
All right, now, I want to see if y'all understand make sure you understand what the building is and what the project would be, and then we'll talk about the funding in a minute. Just want to make absolutely certain we're sure what we're talking about. It's similar to what we've talked about before. I think maybe Willie and then Kay.
Kelly.
I want
to comment on one thing you talked about, the funding that you and Gary came up with in regards to where we are tonight. Did I understand that's what you said?
The proposal that we have
Tonight is a result of you and Gary.
That's correct.
Okay, so is it any different from last night?
We didn't talk about anything last night except EDC $700,000 for something to talk about under item number 5 in a few minutes.
That's not true. That's not true.
Well,
It's not true.
Okay, let me bring it up. Let me bring it up and we'll talk about that.
So I'll know where we're going as we proceed
Okay.
with it. I just want to make sure I understand, because where I was going last night, I was trying to answer a concern that you made in August 4th meeting and Councilmember Dr. Jackson made about, you mentioned the fact about using taxpayers' money from the city. Doc mentioned the fact about there was a concern of the city taxpayers supporting a program that is being used by non-city residents. And that's the point where I was trying to make to y'all last night about the EDC money versus general fund dollars from the city.
I'll answer that in a minute when we go into the funding, but what I'd like to do right now is follow Gary's train of thought here and make sure everybody understands what kind of a building we're talking about. The funding side is our business. We're trying to talk to the Y about what the building is. I want to make sure everybody understands that, and then I'm going to let Gary explain about the funding, and then we can talk about your case about what we said before.
That's fine. I don't need Gary to explain to me what the funding is, because I understand what the funding is. What I'm asking you, are you retracting the comments you made?
I'm going to answer your question.
Are you changing your comments from that night? That's what I'm asking.
Willie, I'm going to answer that question when we get to the funding.
So the answer is yes, but you're not going to answer me.
Can we just vote on the why, and then we'll talk about this? I got questions too, Willie, a lot of them, but we need to vote on the why
You can't
first.
vote on the why without knowing where your money is coming from, Kay.
I'm going to answer that question, Willie, and
Okay, sir, I'm sorry.
I think it's disrespectful for you to say to me, I'm not going to do it.
Who said you weren't?
You just got through saying I wasn't going to talk about it.
I said you're probably not, because you don't want to answer the question.
I do want to answer the question, and I will.
The building is not, we all know what the size of the building is going to be. We've known it for 6 months.
Does everybody have all the information they
The
need about the
audience
building?
may not know. This is a public meeting.
Council, we need to
Let's go with
be
Kelly.
civil toward each other and
Can you
try to work
explain,
this
please,
out.
where the building will be located and on whose land?
Yeah, that's absolutely an important piece, and that's one that we're still working on.
When will that be locked down?
We're working on that here in the next quarter. I mean,
I just want the council to understand that I have put together, this is a very important point. You directed me, and I think this is important, because I feel like I've been blindsided by this whole deal, because for 4 months, you pounded on me to make sure that I had a Plan B delivered to the county judge, and that had not have not only the building, but the site.
Correct.
And I did that so that we would not lose the funding, because you all told me you did not want to lose this funding. I have put a timeline together, and we have to know by March 1st whether or not this site is locked down and can go forward. Because if not, by September 2017, my estimate is that building will be 85% complete. And so we're on the borderline, and I just want to make you aware of that, because nobody has brought that issue up.
I thank you for mentioning that, Mike. As you and I talked earlier, I'm perfectly comfortable with that deadline, and I think we have to meet it, which is the reason I wanted to start dealing with this tonight.
So can you let him answer the question, where is the land and And what is the timing, and whose land is it?
Well, first, I do want to repeat what James talked to you guys about in December, which is to what Mike just spoke about. With respect to the city of Bastrop, we absolutely do not want you guys to lose the opportunity to use the $1.6 million in HUD funding. So if there is a deadline that the county judge has imposed, we totally respect, or if that's a city manager imposed deadline, totally respect that.
Let me clarify. That is a deadline by the grant guidelines. We're supposed to have the building completed by September 30th, 2017. We got a 90-day extension when I went over and spoke to the judge and asked him if he would give us until December 30th. But that cut into our building time.
Right.
So what I've done is lay out every step that has to be covered to meet the grant guidelines, get a building built, and get the funding for the city. But if we don't turn our architect loose on March 1st and get started, come September 30th, 2017, we will not be at the 85% mark, which I have marked as we have to be in order not to lose that funding. If that building is only 50% complete in March, we're going to lose that funding.
The Y needs to understand that we're not going to lose the funding. And that, we're going to Gary and I are asking for some clawback procedures to make sure we don't. And also, you need to know that all of us run the risk by, well, there's not much risk for the city. The risk you run is spending a lot of time on this. But the Housing and Urban Development, as the judge told us, could pull the plug on this any moment and say you're too late. So, I think Mike's deadline is pretty reasonable, but there's no guarantee. The guarantee was December 31st, as Mike just said. I believe that we have at least as much leeway as Mike has given us, but there's no guarantee of that. We could turn this in on February 25th, and the HUD could say, sorry, you're too late. So we just need to all understand that. Right. I also want to point out that to the council that item 7 on the proposal from Gary and I is that the land has to be suitable to the city, whatever it is.
What is their land? If they don't have a plan today, how are they going to have a plan by March 1st?
It's got to be before. It's got to be before that, because Mike's going to have to go. If we pass something like this, Mike's going to have to go start negotiating with the Y on these deal points. If we pass them, and if it doesn't work, it doesn't work.
Well, can we let them answer the question?
Let's go.
What is the land? Whose land is it?
Sure, it's Seton. We've been in discussions with them. There's 2 parcels of land that they've identified that is a possibility for this. I agree with the city manager that there is a hard deadline, and that hard deadline is March 2nd. And if we cannot deliver the land at that time and deliver on the promises that we make, then we're out of the picture, and that is very clear. No, there's no doubt about it. We understand that.
Is there something that the people you're negotiating on the donation of that property that depends on what we do, anything depending on what we do up here? I mean, are y'all just negotiating straight out with a donation from the hospital?
Yeah, we're in discussions with them, and they love this idea. Now, we also are we're crystal clear with them that we don't have the final determination if this is going to become a YMCA. This is and we've always viewed this, and we've always talked about this as a collaborative venture and a partnership. Those partners we have identified early on, and we've talked about them. That is you guys, city, the economic development, potentially the school at a later date, and Seton.
Let's let Gary run down. Thank you all very much. I think everybody understands the project. I'd like Gary to run down the financial proposal. Y'all are available to respond, and then I will answer Willie's question, and I will make my report from BEDC.
Okay, I'm just going to run down what I think the key. You want to kill some microphones down there? The key deal points that I saw is that, number one, the Y building would be owned by the city. The construction cost of the new facility would be at least $6.5 million, would include at least a minimum of 25,000 square feet, including indoor pool and gymnasium.
I'm sorry, can we get this? Can we pull this up, Andreas? I'm sorry, I want y'all to be able to see this. It's in our packets. Everybody's had a chance to see it, but We've got a picture of this we can put on the screen. You can follow along as Gary's continuing. Sorry, go ahead, Gary.
Should I go ahead and read?
Yeah, I think people can catch up.
All right, catch up. The HUD grant would fund $1.6 million of the construction. The Y would fund at least $2.5 million of the construction. The alternate source, which we're proposing that BEDC be the alternate source to provide $700,000, and that the city would fund the balance, which is $1.8 million via a 20-year loan from the Y at 0% interest. That's $90,000 a year. And what that would be made up of is B and C, which is $40,000 of the current payments that we're making to the Y for staff, and $50,000 from city coffers that, according to the city manager, would be less than the $60,000 it would take to annually operate Plan B. And so you add the 50 and the 40 together, you get to $90,000 a year. And I say, therefore, the city would save at least $10,000 a year compared to Plan B, and have a 4 times larger facility with much better operating characteristics. Now, $10,000 a year out of that, you know, we
Wait a
still
minute,
might
Gary.
have some.
Can I ask you to clarify something? You said you're talking about the $60,000 is the cost to maintain the building, either way, you know, if it's the Y or
If
the-
we build Plan B,
Right.
the city manager says, well, just like the minimum to staff at 40 hours a week would be $42,000.
For a maintenance person, you
For
mean?
a babysitter.
Okay.
Somebody to be there to watch over the building. And then you've got to provide electricity, you got to mow the grass, you got to clean the building, and this doesn't even include, you got to, what are you going to, we don't even have furniture to put in it.
We never,
Facility, you know.
we never talked about that when we agreed. We talked all along that our first choice was the Y. We said Plan B was our fallback. We said Mike had to come in for a building where $1.6 million. We never talked about, and I'm embarrassed that I didn't bring it up, we never talked about, it's not just the $1.6 million. It's going to cost us to run this thing and maintain it and all that. So that's what Gary's talking about. We have committed to that. When we told the judge we'd build this building, we've committed to maintaining the thing. So we've already committed to that.
That's a 40-hour week. If we open,
So what's
if
the
we keep
number
it
that
open in
you're
the
talking
night.
about?
I want to clarify one point. The budget did include furnishings and stuff like that.
Okay,
Your 60,000 figure.
Okay.
So the 60,000 is what? The
No.
person that babysits or the?
1.6 million.
Let me, Mike, would you, I mean,
Just a second. Can
I want Mike to finish it.
Let me, because I've heard babysitter twice, and being a former recreation professional, there's more to that than being a babysitter. So
Well,
please,
let's let Mike-
please do not do that.
Let's let Mike, would you please, I mean, Kelly's not clear. Would you please define what the 60,000 plus would be for?
Okay, first of all, just for point of clarification, because of the caveat that you placed upon me, that 1.6 million, that did include furnitures and fixtures and the 50 cots that we're going to need in the event that we have to open up the shelter.
Okay.
The 60,000 figure was a rough estimate that would put a person there equivalent to a clerk, receptionist person that could schedule the use of the facility and also probably expand the duties, since that would be a central location, to handle our special events and things like that that we're currently having to spread around because of the number of special events. And your salary is going to be between $40,000 to $50,000 with benefits and all that. Plus, you've got mowing, electricity, water, and all that. So you're right at $60,000 to $65,000 for a person to properly man and be able to set. And let's say the senior citizens wanted to come down there and have a luncheon, they've got to check them in, check them out, things like that.
But that really doesn't include a recreation director. It's not somebody who's going to be there to do fitness training, to do any other type of recreation. That's why, Doc, I'm sorry I used the word babysitter, but really they are a building attendant, receptionist, coordinator, but not a recreational, not a site manager, but not I wanted to make it clear that that's not a recreation director.
Mike, where would that 60,000 come from?
We would have to pull it out of the general fund operations.
So, are you finished? Yeah.
Well, the only clarification that I would add, and that is that if the choice is Plan A or Plan B, if you don't add a third choice there, the Plan C is to do nothing. If you do nothing, we attach no operational cost to nothing. It's great. It didn't cost anything to operate nothing. And so I add that. Did you get that, Kelly? Well, the point is, exactly, you got it. I'm saying the only way we're not going to have an operational cost attached to Plan B is if we refuse the money. So put that in as Plan C. If we don't want to spend taxpayer money that we don't currently spend right now, we cannot build Plan B. Okay?
I was unclear if you were referring to the actual maintenance cost of Plan B building or a person to run it. So you've clarified, so I'm good.
So let me make my two comments. Andres, would you put or three comments, the notes? For me, this part is real important, and Gary and I hammered this out. These are points that for me are essential to making this deal work. And so I'll refer those to y'all. But I want to comment on, make an announcement, and then I want to answer Willie's question. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were through.
Let me
when you're
finish
done,
the
I'll go
list.
to that.
I only got to number 6, so we'll go to number 7. Number 7 is when we fund the $1.8 million, that's it. That's what the city's commitment is. That plus the structural and large-scale mechanical stuff, the maintenance that we would have going forward. But we're not putting any more serious money into this project. We would lease the building, we would own the building, so we would lease it for 20 years to the Y for $1 per year. The city, as I said, would maintain the major mechanical and structural portions of the property, but the Y would maintain the rest on a day-to-day cleaning and maintenance program. The Y would collect all fees and fund operations, and the project would have to be completed within the HUD grant time limits. And then if I might, I'll go on and talk about some of the caveats. Now, we think that the city manager is going to have to sit down with our attorney and get into some serious discussions about a lot of details, but these are the few details that Mayor Ken and I thought minimally need to be included in this, and that is that we adequately define what is going to be maintained by whom, and I have a list of stuff here, and you can read through it. I don't think I need to go through that. In order to protect the city from losing the $1.6 million grant, we would like to have a clawback provision in there that if something fell through, that the Y has some liability, and that needs to be worked out.
I don't understand how you can have a clawback on the grant, because we just lose the grant, because we would lose the opportunity to do Plan B.
If we lose the 1.6, then somehow we get it back from somebody somehow. I don't know if somebody takes out an insurance policy or what, but I don't know how that works. But I think we can't jeopardize. There's got to be some kind of guarantee from the Y they'll actually build the building. I don't know how that works, but there's got to be some kind of and if that doesn't work for me, that deal doesn't work.
And so this needs to be worked out between the city manager, our attorney, and the WISE group. We need to clarify the WISE policy for providing free services to those who cannot afford the services, the membership fees. And we need to stipulate, because we talked about the Boys and Girls Club being an important element to what we were going to build with the Plan B, that we need to provide some facility for the Boys and Girls Club to use some of the meeting space of the Y in the afternoons. Those were the items that we thought were important.
So just my clarification of what Gary went over is, last night at the BEDC board meeting, the board, this is something we can discuss somewhat down the road, but I also want to talk about where the funding came from. The BEDC board passed a resolution that Mike and I work with, or that Sean and Steve relate with Mike and I about the BEDC's affirmation that they didn't take a vote on the $700,000, but they're very interested in providing that alternative $700,000. But proposed that we have a BEDC City Council joint workshop meeting, and I will say within the next 2 weeks, or in plenty of time for us to hear from the public and make a decision in the first February meeting. That would allow all of us to get together and vet this completely with the community to see if people want to come up with alternatives, for the EDC to hear what the citizens have to say, for us to talk across the table with each other, and then for both entities to come back at their first February meeting and make a decision.
Alternatives for what?
For whether we want to do this or not. I mean, I'm saying I want to open the door to the community. We're springing this on the community, and this is a short notice. And I would like to have an opportunity. Well, the EDC passed a motion saying we need to have a workshop where people can vet this whole thing. I'm just saying whatever comes up, comes up. But it's a free, open. Let's hear what people have to say. But the proposal on the table would be this if we pass it. And is that fair enough? So that's an explanation for where the $700,000 alternative would come from, and a process that EDC would like to see us engage in.
But I think that meeting needs to happen like within a week.
Soon as we can get it together.
I was vehemently opposed to this, I might say, last night's meeting, because the timeline is already, we're just marginally in a position to even get this thing done on the schedule it would have to be completed. And to delay this another 2 weeks, another 3 weeks, another 4 weeks, just kiss the money goodbye, we're going to miss this opportunity.
Well, the council can turn down the EDC's motion. Turn down their suggestion. Let me just make this clear. We could turn that down, but if we want EDC support to make this work, if you decide you want to go this direction, we're going to have to get Steve to call a special meeting so they could go back and revisit this, because they're on the record as saying they're pretty much in favor of it, but they want to hear from the citizens. Now, if we decide, if you follow Gary and don't do that, then we'll have to get back with them. But I think that's
didn't say we weren't going to do it. I'm saying we need to do it in the shortest possible notice time to make a legal meeting. It needs to happen.
I'd like to get it done as soon as possible to make sure we give plenty of notice to the citizens so they can get out here. So with that said, and that's something we can talk about, I want to answer Willie's question.
Okay.
And now you're going to have to fill out a form, and we'll do that. Okay, you want to make your case, and then I'll reply to it.
Well, maybe I misstated. Talk to her.
You.
Oh, okay. I'm back where I was last night, and we're going to state that in a public meeting, and I'm going to go further with that tonight, because I agreed with you from your statement on the August 4th meeting. And I don't want to read it, but I have the minutes right here from the August 4th meeting. And I think the council heard you, and I thought we were all in agreement that night that we wouldn't use any general fund dollars that were generated by property taxes to help fund this YC, other than the 1.6. That's what you have said right here in your comments on the August 4th meeting. Okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Can you read it?
I'm not going to read it. Everybody's got the same opportunity the minutes I had. Everybody got a copy of the minutes. I happen to save mine. Okay?
The audience might not have that.
Well, I give it to the newspaper when I get through, and they can do whatever they want with it. But I'll show it to you. I got it marked right here. You got some comments in here.
I'm thinking this is a public meeting. We should make sure.
Mary, you want me to read it? She wants me to read it?
Sure, why not read it?
The mayor also stated that he's prepared to support putting every bit of the HUD money into this project, but when the talk turns to the other money and it ends up being City of Bastrop taxpayers' money, this is all we have, and that's the 1.6. And then you went on, we can't use county money, Elgin money, anybody else's money, but it's going to be used by 71% of the people outside the city. That was your comment on that paragraph?
Yeah.
Okay.
So my reply to that is...
Let me finish.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were...
But I'm back to my deal. I'm supportive of this project, but I think it needs to be funded from BEDC dollars, because I'm going to tell you why. Mike just said we were using general fund dollars on that $60,000. If you can tell me that building the Y is more important, and the citizens are going to weigh in on this. If you got $60,000 or $90,000 to put in over a 20-year period, why aren't you spending that $2 million on streets? Versus, and that's what we're going to talk. And if we continue to go down that path, I want to ask the citizens to ask for that $2 million to be put on a voter referendum for them to approve their tax dollars paying for this Y. Now, if the BDC will go in with the HUD money and participation from the Y, then we can go somewhere. I think the BDC was receptive to listen to that amount over $700,000, but that was what the discussion was last night.
Well, so here's my response. I've tried to explain this to you 4 or 5 times, so I'm going to do it one more time.
Well,
and I want the public
to explain a lot of things, but you confused me.
Okay, I'm going to see if I can clarify it, and maybe others can help me. What I said, we were talking about the Y wanting $2 million from the city, and the only all we talked about were 2 options: COs and a bond election. And my point was, I don't think we ought to go out and sell COs. I think we ought to have if we're going to come up with that kind of money, I think we ought to go to the citizens about it. Now, in the meantime, we have agreed to, I think Gary explained it pretty well, but we have agreed to spend $60,000 a year at least, according to Mike's estimate, by agreeing to do Plan B. We're going to have to spend that money on something. We also have an opportunity to gain $40,000 back from our budget by not paying the recreation person for the Y. Now, I don't see how that's doing anything. That's taking any money away from anything, because there's not, that $60,000 can't be translated into roads or anything else. It can only be used at this point for a recreation, not for a recreation, for a building. The building what we passed in December is a building that we're going to build at Bob Bryant Park, and it's going to cost us, according to Mike's estimate, $60,000 a year. And so the trade-off for me is there's nothing coming out of the citizens' money that you haven't already voted for.
I think, again, the alternative...
Let me back up. Just because Gary came up with a plan doesn't make it the right plan.
I didn't say...
And I don't have to agree with that.
I didn't say you have to agree with it.
We can talk about it, though.
Okay, you said that what I said was not true. I want to give you a chance to explain why it's not true.
What I asked Mike a while ago, that $60,000, where is it going to come out of? And he said the general fund. So what I'm thinking about, that includes property tax dollars from the citizens of this city.
Let me ask you, Mike. When we spend that $60,000 on Plan B, which we're on record to do, where's that money coming from?
As you know from the preparation of the budget, the general fund, we have several line items that make up the general fund revenue. The top 2 being property taxes and sales tax, fines and fees, and permits and municipal court revenues. And we end up with X amount of dollars.
Do you remember the council voting, agreeing that we told the judge that we would guarantee we would build that building? And isn't it true that the implication of that, even though we didn't talk about it, was we'd have to maintain the thing?
That's right.
And that money would have to come out of the funds that you talked about.
Yes, sir.
So, Willie, I don't know how else to explain it.
Explain what he just said. Make payments where?
What the mayor asked me...
If we use that $1.6 million for our own building, that $60,000 is going to come out of a current budget that we budget every year to run that
Right,
facility.
out of the line,
Exactly. And I don't know
We
what
don't-
Ken- I don't know what
Is there any difference between funding, in terms of where the money comes from, is there any difference between funding $60,000 a year for the Y and funding $60,000 to maintain our own building in terms of where it comes from?
it comes out of the pot.
It's all the same thing.
That's right. I mean, we don't designate, like, property taxes go to XYZ and sales tax goes to ABC. We look at our total revenues available and the needs of the city and allocate the funds that, based upon the needs that we see of the community. And I don't know how else to say it.
Kelly?
Okay, I understand what you're trying to say, but I think we're overlooking the elephant in the room, which is, in December, the Y did not have $2.5 million to contribute to this. They've been talking about being able to raise this fund, this amount of funds, since last summer. They haven't been able to come up with it yet. Are you sure you can get this? How are you going to get this? That was only last month.
Yeah, we talked about a lot of different strategies. And I think that's the process that you go through. You don't land on the perfect one, and then as it goes forward, that's because a lot of people give their input. You try a lot of different things. But one of the things, we never said we were going to do a capital campaign to raise this money. What we did say was that it was going to take a partnership. Now, that 2.5 will come out of cash reserves that we have. Yeah, and the other thing that...
You have $2.5 million to put in this pot right now.
Yes, we do.
You don't have to raise it by a certain date. You have it committed right now, $2.5 million to add to this pot.
We do have that in cash reserves, yes.
But we know tonight we have $4.1 million and we're still $2.5 million short.
Well, that's what we're talking about, right? I mean,
I understand it. Make sure everybody else understands it. You haven't said that yet.
well,
It's 6.6 million, we're $2.5 million short.
6.6,
Yes, sir.
I will say. The 1.6 is the HUD. 2.5 is YMCA. 2.5, we were looking at a combination from BEDC and the City of Bastrop. Now, that's up to all of you to figure out that if we can. There's the 6.6. So the other thing that I want to make sure that it's clear, and I know these are tough decisions, but sometimes we get some comments that we're coming into Bastrop with our hands out. And I want to make this really clear, because there's citizens here that might not know the work of the YMCA. We've been here 5 years. We've invested at a loss out of our pocket of $500,000, because we think that this is going to be a great YMCA for a great community. We're in this for the long haul. When the state park pool was going to close, it was the YMCA that stepped up to the plate. Now, we're here not looking for a handout, but looking for a true partnership that we can move forward that will benefit this community in meaningful ways.
And that
The
makes
dollars, the
perfect sense.
partnership, I think we can do it.
By the way, thank you for the $10,000 pump you bought today.
You're quite welcome.
So that's $2.5 million.
Tommy, you said point of information, is it on this subject? Yeah. Okay, I'm going to call on you to come up. Tommy Claiborne.
And it's just a simple little point of information I was curious about, because I've listened to all this, and I can't help but being a little confused myself. But what you said, Ken, was you were going to notify the public and let the citizens know and have a vote on this.
Talking about what Willie said?
About this whole project, from what I understood.
Okay.
Now, and then Gary says this has to be done in 2 weeks, so how are you going to notify the public about this thing? Because it doesn't seem like the left hand and the right hand even know what's going on.
I bet Willie talked about something.
About you, how you going to notify the
Something we
citizens?
talked about this summer. What we're talking about now, what the EDC proposed to the city council is that we have a public hearing and not a vote from the citizens, but a chance for the citizens to weigh in.
Public hearing, that works.
A public hearing so that they can weigh in and so that both entities can have an informed decision based on what they hear from the citizens and their own views. And that the citizens will have an opportunity to share their thoughts as well. Maybe there's something that nobody's thought of in this. Maybe there's a strong feeling one way or the other that persuades the council or the EDC. But I think this is a major enough project that needs to be vetted with the community. Gary's point is well taken, that it needs to be done, fairly soon. There's a lot of work if we approve this tonight, there's a lot of work well, I'm going beyond what you said. That's what I'm talking about, is a workshop
How are you
session.
going to inform the citizens is what I want.
So the citizens can inform us.
For informational purposes.
Yes.
Can I say something here? The citizens, Tommy, I don't know that you've heard it or not, and I hope that you have, but we've had many, many discussions about this and many presentations. In fact, there was a presentation given at our last retreat, and ever since then, the vision group's given information about it. The Y has been up here several times. We have discussed this to death, actually. So there have been many opportunities for the citizens to actually make their voices heard. So I just want you to know we've not overlooked that.
Well, that was my question, because like I say, listening to the council debate what's going on, it doesn't seem like there's any enough communication between y'all.
Well, we're not allowed to communicate except in this forum. That's a state law.
Except for you and the mayor.
Well, we can, as long as we're not a quorum.
That's a committee, right?
Three of us can talk. I think three of us can talk, and I'm sorry, it seems like we don't know what we're talking about, but we're talking here, and we're going to, I imagine we're going to take a vote, and that will tell the tale about what we're thinking. And I think it will not be confusing once we take a vote.
Then just one other small point that adds to my confusion, because you're talking about a $60,000, and you said, well, it can only be used for this, right? And then you said, at this point in time. That kind of confused me, because they're going to be using, and then at this point in time, it may change.
I don't know who said at this point.
You did.
Okay, then let me explain it better, okay? Here's where we stand. Here's where we stand. We have agreed to build a building, and Mike has told us it's going to cost us $60,000 a year at least to maintain it. So we have committed to the county judge under what we call our Plan B, that we will spend $60,000 to maintain the building that we promised to build. We know that we have to spend that money out of our budget for a building. And what I'm saying is, it's the same, could be the same $60,000 that instead of going to maintain a building that we don't have the building, we give it to the project to build a Y building. And the only way that, as Gary pointed out, that we don't spend that $60,000 is we do something we've sworn on a stack of Bibles we would never do, which is give the $1.6 million back to HUD. Is that clear?
Well, it is still not clear, but you're saying the $60 can only be used for this, except we can use it for something else.
Well,
I mean, that's what you said. That's what's confusing.
Okay, so what we've said is, let me try one more time, Tommy, maybe I can't get it to you, but we've agreed.
No, I understand that, but I'm going back to what you...
We've agreed to spend $60,000.
I'm going back to what you said, Ken.
Well...
It can only be used for this at this point in time.
I didn't say, okay, if I said that, let me restate it.
If you said that.
Let me restate it.
You did say that.
Then let me restate it. I'll trust your memory, okay?
Okay, good.
So let me restate it. We have agreed to spend $60,000 at least to maintain a building that we will build at Bryant Park for $1.6 million. We've agreed to do that.
At Bob Bryant Park.
At Bob Bryant Park for a building. If we have committed to spend...
I didn't even hear that.
We have committed to spend $60,000 on a building in response to the gift of the $1.6 million from HUD. The alternative is to spend the same $60,000 instead of on our own building, which we will not have to maintain, on a building that will be maintained by the Y by participating in a joint project to build the building.
Okay, well, I accept your clarification and restatement. Thank you, Ken.
You're welcome. I'm sorry I didn't explain it better. Do you want to, in the first place, do you want to?
Can I, very brief, and I'll sit down and shut up, but the hope for the YMCA would be that we start, we fish, we go, and not drag this out because of the strict timelines that we have. We've had a lot of dialogue on this. Our stance is very clear right now, what we're asking for. I would encourage you to look at this tonight and take a vote on it.
I agree with you. I think if we waste any more time, then we can't expect to get this done on time. Mike has talked about a deadline, and we have brought this to the community. We've discussed it to death. But what I want to be sure is, James, is that the YMCA can deliver on time this building on Mike's time schedule and with all the other things that have been agreed. If we vote on this tonight, you can deliver. Is that right?
That's right, and the clause that we put in there, if we can't get the plan together, because there's other things that are going to have to take place with the contract negotiations with your attorney, with our attorney, and put these together, and if we can't put that timeline together to satisfy your city manager's satisfaction, because we'll be working hand in glove with him on it, then you go to Plan B. There is a backup on this.
But what I got to ask for Mike then is, Mike, for us to have the option to go to Plan B, do you have an idea when you will have to have come to an agreement with the Y as partners to get them to start? Do we need to re-rig the timeline so that we do still have the option for Plan B? Because I don't think anyone here wants to go to Plan C.
Restate it, Mike.
Okay, I think I understand what you're trying to ask, and that's what I said earlier. We actually lost 3 months when we went to the judge and asked for a 90-day grace period to see if we could work something out. It didn't, we didn't achieve it, and so we went with Plan B. Now, I'm making a couple of assumptions, but going out 2 years from September 30th is September 30th, 2017. In my opinion, that building, whatever building, whether it's the Y building or the city building, is going to have to be substantially complete. And I think HUD would grant a 6-month extension if we were substantially complete to finish out the building. And so what I'm saying is, in order for us to meet an 85% completion, we have to turn the architect loose by March 1st of this year, or we're not going to make it.
So my question is, if we say to the Y, we can't say to the Y that we need to turn their architect loose by October 1st, because if we find that doesn't work.
March 1st.
March 1st, that if we find that doesn't work for us, then we won't have got our architect to start with.
But I'm saying, I think we can, I mean, there's some flexibility built into that time frame, but I feel comfortable. I mean, I've laid out every element that has to be accomplished. I have put weeks to each of the elements, and if we start on March 1st, the building will be completed. Plan B would be completed by December of 2017.
As city manager, can I finish?
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. Is it all right to finish? Finish? Okay.
I thought you were through.
No. Mike, can you think of any downside to this plan that the council should be aware of that we have not already discussed?
I think a critical component of this project is the commitment of Seton to the site, because we can put drawings and concepts together, but when I took those Plan B over to the judge's office, there were plans for a building on one side of the packet, and on the other side was Bob Bryant Park laid out and where the building was going to be located on Bob Bryant Park and how it was going to fit into the park. The land was as critical of an element as getting the building. And so what I'm saying is, I would hate to see us put in all of this work if we don't know if Seaton's going to be able to commit to the land.
Can I ask a question? What if Seton doesn't commit to the land? Could we put this Y on the Bob Bryant site?
I'm not saying no, but I'd have to do some evaluations because certain areas of Bob Bryant Park were reserved back as, I don't think of the word, Doc, but kind of a wetlands area for environmental purposes. So there's some areas of Bob Bryant Park that we can't build.
Whatever it is about the architect, somebody's going to start drawing plans on March 1st. We're either going to find land that we agree is suitable or we're not. These deal points are going to make it or they're not. And I think we can get this done before March 1st. And there's a lot of iffy stuff in here. All it is letting Mike try to work the deal out, and if it works, then we go back to that it would allow us to do what we've said all along we wanted to do as our first choice. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But if we don't try it, it's not going to work. And I'm not sure who's first, but I'll go with...
Let me just finish my other question. The Wise building is much larger, has an indoor pool, has a lot of facilities or whatever. Our building was what, 5,000 square feet, pretty much a box. So we know that we could get our building done in this time frame. Will it take so much longer to build their building that they better start like March 2nd with the shovel?
Can the Y get the building done in time?
Well, I think the comparison there is the size of the contracting firm that would construct the building. It'd be like Collier Construction, who constructed the convention center. He wouldn't bid on this project down there at the Bob Bryant Park. It's too small a facility. He would bid on the YMCA building. It's a big enough building, and they put enough people onto it. They can do a building schedule pretty close to our 6,000 because you got two different types of contractors that would be bidding because you got two completely different buildings. So you're not comparing apples to apples when you compare a 6,000 square foot building to a 35,000 square foot.
Can you get the job done?
I'd like to say something here.
I'd like to get in here before anybody else.
I want James to answer.
You haven't let anybody else.
I want James to answer this question because it's until we get back to it.
The date that Mike lined out of the September of 17, substantial completion, we can get that job done.
All right, thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor,
Willie, I'm going to go with Willie, and then I'll come back to you.
As parliamentarian, may I make a request of the council? Since we have 4 or 5, sometimes mics on at the same time, it would make it easier so that we won't be talking on top of each other. Since the mayor is the presiding officer, until you're called upon, your mic is off, because if everyone's talking at the same time, we're not going to get anywhere.
Thank you. I think that's a good suggestion. Okay, Willie?
See if I heard you right, or I'm confused a little bit. Did I hear you say earlier in the meeting that you thought this board would meet with the BDC to talk about the funding with public input?
What the EDC passed last night was a resolution or a motion that proposing that the EDC board meet with the city council in a joint workshop session to talk about this project and to gain public input.
To have public input? Or?
That's exactly what the motion was.
Okay, can I finish? Yeah. And I want to make sure, does everybody up here understand, and the people that talked about the council members weren't aware of what's going on? Because he failed to tell you. Do you know the commitment they're asking from the city of Bastrop is $4.2 million? Do you understand that? Does everybody understand that before we go any further tonight? Does everybody understand that?
Why don't you just clarify what you're talking about?
Okay. He mentioned that we had $1.6 million in HUD money. Mentioned $2.5 million from the Austin Y. That's $4.1 million. The project is $6.6 million, is $2.5 million short. So you add the 1.6, the $700,000 $700,000, and then the $2 million, that's $4.2 million that they're asking for the city to commit to that project.
And that is not, that is not my proposal.
Let me finish.
You didn't read the proposal.
Well, that's your proposal. I'm just saying what the numbers were on the paper that they did and we talked about last night. So, but never mind. I'm just
Finish your
saying,
comment.
I agree with having the BDC in the city and the public invited to sit here and understand that the city is being asked to participate to a level of $4.2 million when this item at the retreat was never a top priority of the city council. That's my only point.
Again, I would make the comment that it's $4.1 million because I said anything over that, the Y's got to pick up.
What did I say, 4.2? I'm sorry. 4.2. I'm sorry.
I think Kelly's been trying, Kay, if you don't mind, and then we'll go Kelly, then Kay, and Doc, have you been wanting to talk? Okay, Kelly and then Kay.
For those of us not on the BEDC board, I'm assuming that you discussed that this meets BEDC investment criteria and that it will create enough jobs, and we're not going to come back and say, oh, well, wait, we didn't realize we couldn't spend our money on this.
I think to save time, I'll refer you to, Sean did a very thorough report that's in the packet, that's on the website. Is that correct, Sean? Yes, sir. He lays out everything about it. I think
in
that...
what packet? The
BEDC packet. It's on the website, yeah. Yeah, we can get, I'm sure that Sean would be happy to deliver a copy to you pretty quick in writing, if you don't want to look it up on the website.
Well, are you comfortable as a member of the BEDC board that the BEDC can spend their $700,000 on this project?
Well, there was pretty much a consensus. We didn't vote to spend the money, but there was a pretty good...
But does it meet the criteria?
I don't think anybody questioned that. Am I wrong? I don't think anybody
Primary jobs, it's economic development, it meets the criteria.
We're
not going to get stuck with BEDC debt on this project. Oh, we can't invest our $700,000 after closer look, right?
No, I think there's a lot of affirmation about doing this. And I do think that the majority felt it was prudent to hear from the citizens and give them a chance to weigh in, because this is a little bit of a different project for BDC. And I think we can let Sean come report if you want to, but I think if you're asking, I'll ask him to come up.
Please.
Okay.
Was it mentioned it was part of the rehab center?
I don't know, but
Sean, can you explain this, please?
I think that's part of Gary's proposal, and I think we've heard from the Y that there's a connection with the hospital. Sean?
There's going to need to be 3 chapters in 505 that the EDC and legal counsel are going to need to look at. But I am fairly confident that between the combination of the 505-152, 505-155, and 505-158 in the local government code, that those 3 sections of 505 will apply to this project. Under a Type A economic development project, which we're Type B, would it create primary jobs under one of the NICS codes as you're used to seeing? Typically, medical service providers would be a NICS code number 61, which is not a primary job. But under those 3 exceptions within 505 for Type B corporations, the community recreation facilities for 152 is a general description of what that is. The Sonora Attorney General's opinion, I think it's JC 700, would come into effect there, is generally the perceived Attorney General's opinion there. Under 155, it's a governmental municipality-owned building that promotes primary job creation is kind of the terminology that's there. Under B, it's both promotes and new and expanded business enterprises for some of them, and under 155, promotes is the key word in that section. Under 158, you're really looking... The answer is under those 3, when you look at the legal aspect of it, and obviously I'm not the attorney for the EDC, under those 3, the answer is yes, it can. 158 is the small city exception. Cities under 10,000 can do some other things. And so between a combination of those 3, the answer to your question is, could the BEDC fund the $700,000? The answer is yes. Would it fund it as a primary job? No. But the other 3 exceptions that are allowable under B formation is yes.
So what you're saying is there's a mechanism within BEDC rules that allows you to fund this
Yes.
project?
Yes.
That's what I want to know. Thank you.
Well, while you're up here, I want to go back to a question that was asked a long time ago. Is anybody on the council want to have any more information about what happened on this subject at the EDC meeting last night?
You bet, but I don't want to do it right this minute. I want to get through this first, and then I have a lot of things to say about that. Okay, it's my turn to talk now?
Sure.
Okay. Firstly, I would like to point out that the steering committee of the comprehensive plan considered this one of the top priorities. So just because it wasn't considered in our last, it was actually presented at our last retreat, but it may not have made the top 10, but there was a big presentation made, and it is certainly one of the most important subjects from the Comprehensive Plan Steering Committee. Secondly,
You addressing me on that? You addressing me on that? You addressing my comment, because I'm going to have to get an answer for you.
no, I'm not talking, I'm making a statement. I don't.
want to make a comment.
But, well,
I don't care
let her
what you
make
said.
What you said.
Let her make her
Okay.
comments.
Can I finish,
The
please?
citizens of Bastrop didn't elect a steering committee on the comprehensive plan to represent.
Listen, Councilman McEnroe has the right to make her statement, and she's going to make it now.
Okay. Secondly, we don't need to make our decisions by what the BEDC wanted to do last night. This is a city project. We are very happy that the BEDC wants to partner with it, but whether we decide to have another powwow or not does not depend upon what the BEDC said. Thirdly, I would like to make a motion to instruct the city manager to negotiate with the Greater Austin YMCA in the effort to reach an agreement for a joint venture between the city and the Y to build a recreational facility in Bastrop.
Is there a second? Carlos Lariano.
Carlos Lariano, 1208 Church Street. Hi there. The Y has become the recreation partner for the city, and we are all grateful for that. For the next 20 years, you're going to make a contribution to the Y to continue to be your recreation partner. Have y'all worked out a arrangement with the Y on what partnership and what is the scope of their commitment to the city to run a recreation department for the city?
Our last item on this is that we have to have an agreement that will work for us.
So
we haven't worked it out, but that's part of the instructions.
But has anyone addressed that issue with them?
We have a motion on the floor to instruct the city manager to do that.
So the Y is going to be your recreation partner for years to come to run the public recreation department for the city.
Well, I think all we're going for is what that says on there. And I think the implication may be that, and that may be part of the conversation. And I think you're raising a good question, but I don't think we've taken it to that level.
Why hasn't that been done so far?
I don't have an answer for that, except we're proposing this tonight, and we're not going to, and Gary and I put that stipulation on there because we wanted the council to make that part of the conversation so that we would do it. Now, while we haven't done, there's a lot of things we haven't done that we should have done a long time ago, but that's one that we've caught up with now.
If I could add something, I think the reason why that a comprehensive recreation plan has not been put together with the Y, because up until the last few weeks, it was not evident that we were going to spend this money anyhow, that we might commit to tonight. And if we're going to spend the money, we have to do it now or we lose the grant. If you want to just throw the grant out, we can just throw the whole program away. And that's my plan C, but I don't think that's what the city needs. And I'd like to have an answer. I'd like us to know exactly what we're going to do recreation-wise. But I think if we wait until we get an answer, the answer to your question, the $1.6 million is gone, the YMCA is gone, the opportunities for recreation are going to be years down the road, and it's going to make the citizens of this community very unhappy if we did that.
I can appreciate that. But for a number of years now, the Y, and they've been doing a great job. But if Bastrop grows, the kids, if this community are going to need a recreation department run by the city. What you're saying is that you're yielding that to the Y. If the Y becomes that partner to spend $4.1 million, isn't that a definite discussion that needs to take place, that they are going to be committed to run the recreation department, so this city, 2 years, 5 years, 8 years, 10 years from now, is not going to have to come back to the citizens and say, well, now we need a recreation department and we need to spend this much more money. If this is your partner...
I don't think we're prepared to say that.
But you should be.
We don't know.
You know, I'd like to say we were, but I think there are opportunities that happen in your life. There are things that come along that make sense because of all the conditions you have. Right now, we have the condition that we have $1.6 million. We have a condition that if we take that $1.6 million, we're going to attach to that $60,000 a year minimally of operating at 40 hours a week, and if it's more than that, it'll be $80,000 a week or a year or whatever it's going to be. We can kind of bite off what we can bite off, and you can't look at this as a finite thing. This is a growing community. A growing community has to be able to move and adjust and grow and plan with its growth. It's like the meeting we had earlier. I don't know if you were here when we're discussing the roads.
With all due respect, you are going to commit $90,000 for the next 20 years for the Y to become your recreation partner. If you're going to commit that amount of money for that amount of time, I believe that this council should have had a discussion with them to understand what that commitment is going to look like. Otherwise, you don't have a recreation department for the city. You have a private partner that is doing it, but not really committed for any defined period of time. And I believe that that is a fine discussion that needs to take place. With the issue of this $60,000 to run this program. Okay.
Let me stop you there, Carlos. Let me ask you.
I need to address that.
Let me ask you to come back to it. But it's exactly what we're saying on that last point. All you're saying is you're defining the work that Mike's going to do. Maybe we should have already done it. We haven't, but we're not going to vote on this until we know something about that. We're not disagreeing with you. Tell us about the $60,000.
Okay, so months ago, I started bringing up another option. Tonight, you hired a full-time police chief. Fire chief. My business is on the west side. The west side is growing. I need a fire station on the west side of this town. Tonight, you hired that chief. You're going to have to build, in the years to come, a fire station on the west side of town. So months ago, I came and I spoke to just about every one of y'all with an idea. Why not take this $1.6 million, partner with the Y, and also build a fire station on the west side of town? I even went as far as saying if the Y doesn't get their plan together, you could partner with the Boys and Girls Club. You could build a gymnasium on the west side of town for the kids of this community to play ball, which we do not have today. With the $1.6 million and the amount of money that you're ultimately going to have to spend for a fire station, you could build a pretty decent building that has a gymnasium in the middle that could house these temporary individuals in case of an emergency. The fire department is there all the time. If you're going to maintain a fire department station, what's the difference between maintaining that and maintaining this building? You're also going to have to add a kitchen. Firemen need kitchen. You need bathrooms. Firemen need bathroom. I even brought to the city manager, I brought this idea about 4 months ago, okay? To discuss the possibility of taking the $1.6 million and bringing the Y as a partner into this equation. Well, if the Y doesn't want to participate, we can still build that building, manage it, upkeep it, bring the senior citizens of this community are going to ultimately have a different building. They could be housed here. I even brought into the equation the Boys and Girls Club to be part of this deal. I even went a step further. The land right next to my facility is in the PID. The PID, 10, 11, 12 years from now, the maintenance of all of that property is going to become the responsibility of this city. There are parklands available there now. I even went as far as offering to donate some of my land for a building for the Y. I didn't even get a phone call back.
Carlos, let me ask you to do something for me.
That's option D that this council, every one of y'all, with the exception of you, Mr. Schiff, is aware of this option. And tonight, for me to sit here and y'all talk about 3 options and not even bring my option up, I take offense to that.
Never heard the option.
You did not, Mr. Schiff.
Let me suggest to you, you've had a chance to say what you need to us, but if you want to work up something in writing with something that's an alternative to what we talked about tonight, or if you want to write up your plan B and let's get it available to people, and when we have our hearing, if we agree to do that, bring it with you.
With all due respect, Mr. Mayor, I have spent a substantial amount of my time meeting individually with y'all, individually.
Okay.
And I brought a pretty decent plan, and it's not even being discussed.
You've made your point. I hope you will.
Thank you all very much.
We've listened.
Sit here and take the accusations that he's making because they're not true.
Turn your mic on, Mike, will you?
His plan is under consideration, but I had to comply with the first item, which was getting that grant, Plan B, over to the judges. And you are aware, I have briefed you properly, and you are aware of what he's proposing. I presented that to all of you.
So we made a decision in December to do something different.
Because of the time constraints, you directed me to get the Plan B on the judge's desk, and then we could see if we could work out these other things, the Y proposal and Carl's proposal. So this council is fully aware of what he proposed.
So if this council is aware of that proposal that I made to the city manager, why isn't that even an option?
I got to say, we're getting, number one, going along. I'm giving you a lot of time. I think that may be a conversation. Maybe you want that for another agenda item for another council meeting. But I think that if we want to talk about why we didn't take action, and you deserve an answer for that, we can deal with that. And I'd be happy to put it on the agenda so we can talk about that specific thing. And if it's going to relate to the why, then I think you'll have plenty of opportunity to come at our workshop, if we have one, and talk about it. So I appreciate your coming up.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, just a comment that Mariana made about the fire protection on the west side of the river and the fire station.
Only if it relates to the why. We're not talking about the why right now.
Well, in that area, that general area what he's talking about, it was number 4 on our city council retreat.
If it relates to the Y, then I'm taking that it does. Martha Harris.
I want to follow up with what Carlos said. He's talked with all the Y people about this project. So just for him to say we did not return his call is not true. We met at my house. I've met with him. He's met with our Austin Y. So I know he's met with y'all. We like his project. We don't know enough about it other than what we don't have enough information about it, but we're not opposed to what he's asked us, but he has met with all the Y people, for your information.
We have a motion on the floor. Any more discussion? The motion is the item that's posted. She read it word for word. Am I correct, Kay?
Yes.
Any more discussion? We have an item. It's what we posted on the agenda. I think we're ready to vote. Ann, would you please call the roll? Wait a minute. Is this sorry, Doc? We're not ready to vote.
Since we've had so many discussions, can Ann read the motion, or whoever made the motion read it so that I will know what I'm voting for?
I'll reread the motion. I move that we instruct the city manager to negotiate with the Greater Austin YMCA in the effort to reach an agreement for a joint venture between the city and the Y to build a recreational facility in Bastrop.
Let me ask you, Kay, does your motion include these deal points and the notes?
Yes.
Following that, okay. Is there a second?
I seconded already.
Oh, we've already seconded. Okay, are you clear, Doc, on the motion?
I'm clear now.
And I think we've clarified it with the document proposed that Gary and I presented in the packet.
I'd like to add that, Mike, when you do these negotiations, that there should be no more discussions without Mike involved about the why. No, Mike is at every meeting that has to do with this between now and then, because I understand that Mike was not invited to one of the meetings that the BEDC was talking about this project. So I would like to stipulate that Mike is involved in every meeting that has to do with this, because this is a city project. And I'd also like him to, when he is talking to the Y, to factor in other proposals like Mr. Liriano's, to make sure that we can find a way to work with the Y if it's gonna work out. If the Seton thing doesn't come through, if Mr. Liriano's property is a better deal for whatever, please look at all different options while you're in these negotiations.
And I would just like to say,
as
Carlos,
quickly as possible.
I'm sorry, Kelly.
That's all right.
I would just like to say, Carlos, that if you want to continue talking to the Y about your project, that's fine. I don't see any problem with that at all.
Kelly, the problem with your and we can add that if Kay's willing to add that to her motion, that's okay. The problem we have is I don't know that we can control the EDC. I think we can say any negotiations as from our point of view, but if the EDC wants to talk to the Y separately, I don't think we can tell them not to do that.
No, I didn't mean that. I mean that any negotiations for this particular motion, we have moved that Mike is negotiating with the Y. What I don't want is the EDC to also be negotiating with the Y without Mike there. So from this point, Mike is in every meeting.
Well, I'm not sure we can tell the EDC.
That's our motion.
I don't know that we have that control over the EDC. Now, I think we could request it, or we could ask. I mean, there's a lot of things we could do, but I'm not sure we can legally do that.
But this is a city project that the EDC is participating in, not an EDC project that the city is participating in.
I don't know that the EDC is going to have any interest in negotiating on anything. Their only conversation is putting up some money.
But they've already had one negotiation without Mike. They've already visited the county judge without Mike. So what I'm asking is, when we move that Mike negotiates this Y deal, Mike is in every Y meeting. If the EDC gets involved and starts negotiating something on the side, I'm asking the EDC to either join with Mike or stay out of it and let Mike do it, because we are moving that Mike negotiates with the Y.
So we'll instruct Mike to tell the YMCA to not talk to anybody without him present. How's that?
Mike doesn't need to tell them that. I'm saying, and I think Kelly is saying, that the deal here is that Mike is the person who is conducting our city business. If it has to do with a city business, Mike's there. BEDC can vote on their 0.7 contribution, and we would be delighted and love to partner with them. But this is not a BEDC project.
I don't disagree with that. I'm trying to figure out a way to legally say it, and what I said I think makes sense, but
Say it again.
and I need to let Willie talk in a second, but that we instruct Mike to tell the Y that they need to not talk to anybody about this project without him present.
Is that acceptable? Does everybody understand it? What I'm trying to do is avoid cross purposes of negotiations.
I don't think Mike needs to be the one to do that, since we made the motion like you said, and since Mike is an ex officio member of the BEDC board, I don't see where there's a conflict with him not being involved.
I'm not saying there's a conflict. I'm saying I don't think we can tell that board what to do legally, is all I'm saying.
Is this or is this not a city project?
It's a city project.
Then the city takes the lead, and that means Mike is involved when they talk to the Y about this project.
Don't disagree with you. I can't speak for Steve Mills. Willie? Could you turn your mic on?
Make sure I understand the full extent of the motion was that we're instructing Mike to negotiate with the Y. Is that to come up with some kind of actual number or commit? We're not committing to any funding tonight, are we?
No, he tries to work out the deal based on this.
We are or we're not?
We're only asking him to go talk to them about this.
Okay, but we're not.
Read it.
Okay, you ask questions all the time. Nobody else can ask questions?
Hey, please.
But geez, I'm trying to ask.
I'm sorry.
I have an issue with the funding.
I'm sorry. Let's talk one at a time and let's respect each other.
I just want one question. He was going to negotiate, but we're not actually voting on an actual number to commit with when Mike goes to negotiate with the Y.
We've got some deal points and some notes, and that's what Mike will use to go talk to him.
Well, if it included the deal points on the money, I have to vote no.
Okay, you can do that, but I'm saying he's going to work on this deal thing. So you understand? I mean, I'm glad you clarified that, and I'm glad you did. And I understand. Kay, if you, well, let's just go ahead and try it. I've made my case about what I think we can do and not do to the EDC. So why don't you add? Do you want to add to your motion, Kelly's thoughts?
I'd just like to add to the motion that if that the YMCA negotiate any city dealings, Mike handles for the city, and that that the Y listen to other people's inclusions to determine if that makes sense. Is that okay? I mean, can we put that in there?
Well, if you can put anything in there you want.
No, I know, but
Point of clarification.
Pardon?
We have a deadline, folks.
No, I know.
Okay, now, what you're putting in place right now, without putting a vote to the dollars that Mike would negotiate to go to it, I cannot go forward.
Okay.
It's on here.
Yeah.
Okay,
Is that deal?
It may not pass, and Mr. De La Rosa may vote against it, but that's what's on here.
Okay, thank you. And we have no problem working with Mike to construct the contracts to move this forward.
Thank you.
Okay, so, Ann, do you think you have the little addition we put on? Kelly, you okay with that?
I'm not saying that the BEDC cannot ever speak to the Y. If this deal falls through and the BEDC wants to talk to the Y, I'm just saying if the HUD grant is involved, Mike's involved, period.
I think that however, we'll have it on the tape, however Kay phrased it is what it is, if you're agreeable to that. Okay, any discussion? Okay, everybody understands the motion? Okay, Ann, please call the roll.
Councilmember McAnally?
What? I didn't hear you.
Councilmember McAnally?
Yes.
Councilmember Gilliland? Mayor Pro Tem De La Rosa? Councilmember Schiff?
Yes.
Councilmember Jackson?
Thank you all very much. Somebody tell me what item we're on. D10. Consideration, discussion, and possible action on acceptance of the unaudited monthly financial report for the period ending November 30, 2015. Ms. Weber.
I move to accept the unaudited monthly financial report for the period ending November 30th, 2015.
Do you see anything in this report that we should be concerned about?
No.
You recommend approval? Y'all ready to vote?
Yeah.
Let's call the roll.
Councilmember McAnally?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Dolorosa? Councilmember Schiff?
Yes.
Councilmember Jackson? Yes. Councilmember Gilliland?
Item D11, consideration, discussion, and possible action on acceptance of the quarterly investment report for the period ending December 31, 2015. Second. Y'all ready to vote? Y'all ready to vote?
Yeah.
Okay. Will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Jackson? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Dolorosa? Yes. Councilmember McAnally?
Yes.
Councilmember Schiff?
Yes.
Councilmember Gilliland?
Mike, we've talked about a fairly urgent need, I think, to have an executive session. What's your druthers?
I think that the council is really warm and flat out tonight.
I would like to have like a 1-minute executive session.
Well, I don't know about a 1-minute executive. If we're going to go into executive session, there's some urgent things we need to talk about. If we've got energy to go back there, Mike's saying, is it on the agenda with the topic?
Could I ask if we could, I'm sorry.
Okay, so
I
Mike, help me decide what we should do. I mean, we've got a request from a council member to ask a legal question.
This will be fast.
All right, somebody's going to hand me what I'm supposed to read, because I can't find it.
Right here.
We're going to go in executive session, closed executive session under Chapter 551.072, regarding consultation with attorney concerning matters upon which the attorney has the duty and responsibility to report to the governing body concerning same, and any other matters posted on the agenda, including contracts. We're in executive session for a short time. deal with?
No, we have a consultation with the city attorney regarding any legal matter, and no action is required.
Mr. Schiff?
I move that we adjourn.
Mr. Jackson? Gary? Yes? Doc?
Yes.
Yes.
Kay?
Yes.
Kelly? 4-0, we adjourn at before midnight. How's that?